Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as Tony Stark, Part 3. If you enjoy this content, smash the like button. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description.
The holographic world map hovered in the air above the phone. Red markers blinked on the map, indicating the known locations of the Red Room's bases. There were 2 main bases, 3 dummy sites, and 6 sub-bases. A sprawling network, deeply entrenched in secrecy. Natasha crossed her arms, staring at the display. The 2 main bases, she said, reaching out to highlight the critical locations. This one here, deep in Siberia, that's where they train the new widows. The second, in the Ural Mountains, is for the important officials. That's where they pull the strings. Tony leaned back against the couch, nodding. And the others? The sub-bases are for supply chains, intelligence, and operations. The dummy sites? Distractions. If you hit one of those, the real base vanishes before you can even blink. Tony smirked. Classic shell game. Smart. But not smart enough. Natasha arched an eyebrow. You keep talking like you already have a plan. Tony picked up his beer and took a sip before placing the bottle back down. That's because I do. She narrowed her eyes. There's no way you're taking them all down in 24 hours. Even if you cut off their supply lines, they'll just scatter and regroup like they always do. Tony leaned forward, placing his elbows on his knees, his smirk never fading. That's the thing, Nat. I want them to scatter. I want them to run because they're all going to end up in one place. He tapped his fingers against the map, right over the Ural Mountains, the second main base, their last stronghold. Natasha stared at him. You're forcing them to retreat to one location. Exactly, Tony said, his eyes gleaming. Cut off their sub-bases. Eliminate their hideouts. Kill their information network and field spies. Make them desperate. Make them think they have only one safe place left. Her mind worked fast, analyzing his strategy. Even if you pull that off, which is a big if, you'd still have hundreds of highly trained assassins, scientists, and operatives all in one place. Tony's smirk deepened. Good. That's exactly what I want. Natasha inhaled sharply. You're planning something big. You have no idea. She studied him for a moment, searching his face. Tony wasn't reckless but arrogant. Sure, but he was never reckless. If he was this confident, then he knew something she didn't. She leaned forward. How?
Sorry, naturvidenskabelig.
I can't trust you yet, Tony chuckled, shaking his head. That's a secret. All you need to do is sit back and enjoy the show. Natasha scowled. Tony. He held up a hand. Nope.
No spoilers.
Just trust me. Her jaw clenched. You're asking me to trust you with everything. My past, my future, my life. But you won't even tell me what you're planning? Tony's expression softened slightly. He reached forward, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Nat, he said, voice low, I need you to trust me on this, because if I tell you, you'll want to get involved. And I can't have you in the middle of it. Natasha swallowed hard, her pulse quickening. Why not? Because I need you to be safe. Her breath hitched. No one had ever said that to her before. No one had ever thought about keeping her out of danger. She was always the one sent into danger. She shook her head. That's not how this works, Stark. It is now. Natasha exhaled sharply, gripping the edge of the table. So what? You want me to just sit here while you wipe out the entire Red Room in one night? Pretty much, yeah, Tony said, standing up and stretching. You can make popcorn if you want. She glared at him. I'm serious. So am I. Tony turned to leave, but Natasha grabbed his wrist, pulling him back. What if you fail? She asked, voice tight. His eyes met hers, unwavering. Then I die trying. Natasha felt her heart clench. He said it so casually, like it was just another day in the lab. She didn't like it. Not one bit. Fine, she said after a moment. But when this is over, if you actually pull this off, I want answers. Tony smirked, stepping closer. Deal. She hesitated, then added, and Tony. Yeah. Her fingers curled around his shirt, and she pulled him down into a searing kiss. It wasn't soft or slow. It was raw, desperate, filled with everything she couldn't say out loud. When she finally pulled away, her lips were swollen, her breath uneven. Come back in one piece, she whispered. Tony's smirk softened into something almost tender. I plan to. Then, without another word, he turned and walked out the door, and Natasha was left alone, praying that Tony Stark wasn't making a mistake. Tony slid into his Audi R8, the door shutting with a soft click. He pushed the start button. He looked at the night sky, deep in thought. He was aroused. Of course, he was. Natasha Romanoff wasn't just another woman. She was the woman, dangerous, intoxicating, and brilliant in her own right. All those kisses and seduction, that was enough to send even the most rational man into a tailspin. But Tony Stark prided himself on being anything but rational. He shoved those thoughts aside and focused on the real issue at hand. Trust, or rather, the lack of it. Natasha Romanoff. She had given him everything. The Red Room's locations, their movements, their weaknesses. It was the jackpot, too easy. And that was the problem. Leaning back against the leather seat, Tony took a deep breath, fingers drumming against the wheel. Natasha was good. Too good. Her manipulation techniques were legendary. Her ability to weave deception through truth seamless. A trained assassin and spy like her didn't just switch sides because of a few sweet words and a promise of freedom. She wanted something. Maybe it was real. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, Tony wasn't betting his life on it. It's better to be a bit paranoid than to end up with a dagger in the chest in sleep. Hermes, he said. A smooth, synthetic voice responded. Yes, sir. Monitor all outgoing and incoming communications from Natasha Romanoff's known devices. Shadow her movements, but don't let her suspect a thing. I've already put the nanites into her body. But still, I don't want to take a risk. Understood. Any specific parameters? Flag any unusual activity. If she's playing both sides, I want to know before she screws me over. Understood, sir.
Initializing shadow surveillance.
Tony shifted gears and pulled onto the road, the city lights flashing past in a blur. His thoughts drifted to the mission ahead. 24 hours. That's all he had to erase one of the most dangerous organizations on the planet. And he would. Lab. Tony entered the lab after doing a proper scan and discarding his clothes and phone as usual. As for the car, he put the worker bots to dismantle it and check for anything suspicious, then put it back together. Time to get to work. A holographic interface flickered to life as he activated the main AI system. Welcome back, sir. Elena's voice came through the main computer. Without wasting any time, he began hacking. His fingers danced over the projected keyboard, bypassing firewalls, decrypting encrypted data, and worming his way through layers of digital security like a ghost in the machine. Whoever designed the Red Room system was good. But Tony Stark was better. Hermes, status? All primary and subnetworks are breached. Accessing classified archives now, sir. Elena, start indexing everything. I want files on their operations, assets, and personnel, especially high-ranking officials. Understood. Running deep scan protocols now. Tony leaned forward as raw, unfiltered data poured into his system. His eyes flickered through rows of names, locations, mission reports, and video logs. A sinking feeling settled in his gut. His jaw clenched as he accessed the first recording. And then his blood ran cold. Red Room Experimentation Archive. Log 2379.
À Dimlili, Sterile Laboratory.
Metal tables with restraints. Rows of medical instruments laid out with precise cruelty. And in the center of the room, a child no older than 8 was strapped down, her tiny limbs thrashing against the steel bindings. She was screaming, not in the way a child screams when they're afraid of the dark. This was raw, guttural agony. A scientist, clad in a white coat, injected a thick, glowing serum into her arm. She convulsed violently, her back arching off the table as her veins bulged beneath her skin. Blood vessels ruptured in her eyes, turning them a horrifying shade of red as she gasped for air. Subject 2379 is unstable. Increasing dosage. The child's screams turned into a hoarse gurgle. Blood dripped from her nose. Her fingers clawed at the metal restraints until her nails ripped from their beds. And then, flatline. A monitor beeped. The scientist sighed. Another failure. Dispose of the body. A soldier approached, unfastening the restraints, and with a casual flick, dumped the lifeless child onto a pile of corpses in the corner. Small, fragile bodies stacked on top of each other like discarded trash. Tony's hands curled into fists. His breathing was slow, controlled, dangerous, but he clicked on the next video. And the next, and the next, each one worse than the last. Red Room Training Archive. Log 3101. A group of girls, no older than 12, stood in a straight line, their expressions vacant. Hollow. A man in a crisp suit paced in front of them. Lesson 3. Obedience. He gestured toward one of the girls. She stepped forward, her hands trembling. Kill the girl next to you. The girl hesitated. A mistake. A gunshot echoed through the room, and she crumpled to the ground, a single bullet between her eyes. The instructor turned to another girl. You, pick up the gun. The girl did. Kill the girl next to you. She didn't hesitate. The gun fired. A dull thud as another body hit the floor. A twisted game of survival. By the end of the video, only one girl remained standing. She was covered in blood, and she didn't even flinch. Then, the bastard stopped in front of another girl. She was smaller than the others, her red hair disheveled, her green eyes flickering with barely contained fear. You failed your last assessment, the instructor said coldly. The girl flinched but said nothing. The instructor stepped aside, revealing another widow, a slightly older girl. Expression blank, posture rigid. She held a knife in her hands. Correct the failure, the instructor ordered. The red-haired girl's eyes widened in horror. Please, no. The blade slashed across her throat before she could finish. Blood sprayed across the pristine floor. The dying girl gasped, clutching her neck, her body convulsing. The other widows didn't even blink. Failure is not tolerated, the instructor said simply, turning back to the group. Continue. Tony inhaled sharply, his stomach twisting. Red Room Obedience Test. Log 5420. An older widow in her late teens or 20s stood in front of a high-ranking Red Room official. Her posture was perfect. Her expression was devoid of emotion. The official studied her for a moment before giving a simple command. Kill yourself. The widow didn't hesitate. She brought her hands to her throat and ripped out her own veins with her nails. Blood sprayed across the cold, sterile floor. Her body convulsed as she choked on her own lifeblood. Her eyes wide, but not afraid. Obedient. Even as she died, she didn't resist. The official simply nodded. Perfect. End log. Red Room Graduation Archive. Log 9999.
À Dimlili Auditorium.
Lined up in perfect formation stood a dozen women. No, not women. Weapons. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes hollow. Each one bore the scars of training, both visible and unseen. They did not fidget, did not breathe too fast, did not betray even a flicker of emotion. They were the survivors, the best, the perfect widows. A man stood before them, tall, clad in a black suit, his face obscured by a silver mask. A voice-modulated rasp emerged from beneath the metal. Today, you are no longer children, no longer weak, no longer disposable. You are the culmination of years of sacrifice, the embodiment of strength, the very essence of control. He paced before them, his hands folded behind his back. You are widows. A synchronized step, perfectly timed blink. You are weapons. A slow exhale. Not one of them moved. You do not feel. You do not hesitate. You obey. Silence. Then he turned to one of the girls standing at the front of the formation. She was young, maybe 20, maybe younger. Her raven black hair was cut at sharp angles, and her eyes had that emotionless gaze. She looked just like Natasha, but there was no warmth in her green eyes.
No soul.
Who are you? Dreykov asked. Widow, she answered robotically. What is your purpose? To obey. The footage ended. Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, his entire body rigid. His jaw clenched so tightly it hurt. A metallic taste filled his mouth. He hadn't even realized he had bitten the inside of his cheek. Slowly, deliberately, he exhaled. And then he spoke.
Elena.
Yes, sir? Let's burn these bastards down. He cracked his fingers. But let's make sure they don't get an easy death. Red Room's Widow's training base. Tony soared through the night sky, the nanite armor molding seamlessly around his body. His HUD displayed a real-time map of the Red Room's training base. The power grids, security networks, personnel movements, and every last digital vulnerability he had cracked open like an egg were being displayed before his eyes. He wasn't just going to burn them down. He was going to erase them. Hermes, status update. All security measures are under your control. Turrets, surveillance, automated drones, everything is now running on a falsified loop. As far as they're concerned, tonight is just another night. Tony smirked. Perfect. Hovering high above the base, he engaged his suit's cloaking function. The armor shimmered briefly before rendering him invisible to the naked eye and infrared scans. He wasn't about to storm in guns blazing. No, this was going to be surgical. Hermes, begin phase 1. Executing, sir. The first sign that something was wrong came when the automated sentries along the perimeter began dropping offline one by one. Not disabled, just reporting normal functionality while being completely blind. Guards patrolling the walls had no idea their overwatch had gone dark. Then, the base's internal security grid started feeding falsified data to the command. Doors that were locked showed as open, and guards were reported in places they weren't. A complete digital illusion. Tony descended, landing silently on the rooftop of one of the command buildings. He knelt down, his armor shifting and adapting, integrating into the shadows of the night. Bring up scans. Mark the widows and the other trainees with priority tags. I want to know where everyone is and what they're doing at all times. No surprises tonight. We go in fast and hard, kill those bastards, and rescue the widows and those unlucky girls. So I want accurate results, he said. With the security under his control, his AI began analyzing the base's personnel movement and feeding it to him through his HUD. Hermes was able to locate the Red Room's personnel with ease, marking them with a green tag on his HUD and the female trainees with orange tags. There are 113 widows in training currently in the Red Room underground level, and 450 Red Room operatives. The AI reported. Well, none of the agents were leaving here alive. Hermes, execute phase 2. Affirmative, sir. The carnage began in silence. Every turret lining the corridors turned on its owners. Suppressed gunfire echoed through the steel halls as rounds tore through agents before they even had time to scream. Hallways were sealed shut, trapping squads in isolated kill boxes where poison gas seeped in through the vents. Colorless, odorless. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already choking on their own blood. Drones, reprogrammed and weaponized, descended from the rafters like mechanical predators, slicing through panicked agents with pinpoint accuracy. Some tried to fight back. It didn't matter. The security systems Tony had rewritten turned every safeguard against them. Electrified floors frying agents alive, reinforced doors slamming shut with enough force to crush bones, and automated turrets unloading pinpoint kill shots. It was merciless, efficient. Over in 5 minutes, the HUD counters in his helmet ticked down with every confirmed kill. 450 agents, all dead. Tony stood amidst the carnage, exhaling slowly. It was too easy. Then came the hard part. The widows. Underground level. Tony stepped through the ruined security doors. The underground level was massive, stretching out into the distance like a twisted military academy. Rows of young women in identical combat uniforms stood at attention, their faces blank, their postures eerily perfect. And at the front of the room, two figures stood apart from the rest. One was an older woman with sharp, angular features, dressed in a white, high-ranking officer's uniform. The headmistress, a woman who had shaped generations of widows with brutal efficiency. The other, Ludmila Antonovna Kudrin, a name Tony had dug up while tearing through the Red Room's files. She was the mind behind the program's Super Soldier Serum variant, an enhancement that made the perfect widow stronger, faster, and deadlier. If Dreykov had been the mastermind, she was the executioner. Both women turned to face him as he entered. Tony smirked beneath his helmet, already activating the nanite swarm. Invisible to the naked eye, the microscopic machines streamed from his armor, dispersing through the room and entering the widows' bodies without them even noticing through the air, integrating with their nervous systems. One command and they'd all drop. But first, he had a show to put on. The headmistress stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "Who are you?" Her voice was steady and cold, but beneath it, Tony could sense the edge of unease. "You can call me Iron Man," Tony said casually, rolling his shoulders. "And before you ask how I found this place, let's just say your firewalls need an update." Her gaze flickered to his suit, analyzing it. "This technology, I've never seen anything like it." Tony smirked. "Yeah, you're about to see what it can do." Before she could respond, his repulsor flared and a focused laser beam sliced through the air. "Ying! Arg!" A scream tore through the chamber as the headmistress collapsed. Her legs severed clean from the knees down. Blood pooled beneath her, and the cold, composed mask she had worn shattered into raw agony. "Attack!" she shrieked, her voice cracking with rage. Well, she passed out in pain. The widows moved instantly, like a single organism, perfectly trained, perfectly conditioned. Guns raised, blades unsheathed, bodies launched toward him with terrifying speed. But Tony was faster. The nanites activated. In the blink of an eye, every widow froze mid-motion. Their bodies seized, their limbs locked up, their weapons falling from their hands. And then, as if struck by an unseen force, they all collapsed into a perfect, synchronized coma. Silence. The only sound in the room was the headmistress's ragged breathing as she clutched at the stumps where her legs used to be. The laser burnt her flesh, so there was minimum blood loss, but the pain, well, it was just the beginning. Ludmila, to her credit, hadn't moved a muscle. She simply studied Tony, her expression unreadable. He walked toward her. "So, Ludmila, I have to ask, how's it feel knowing your perfect little program is about to burn?" Her lips curled into a thin smile. "You have no idea what you've just started." Tony smirked. "Do you?" He grabbed her throat and pulled her off the ground, her feet dangling beneath her. "I have to say, it must be nice to live in such a delusional world where you think you're safe, protected by these girls who'd gladly die for you. But let me tell you something, you're not. None of you are." As much as he wanted to kill her, she still had the formula of the SSS. If he can get his hands on it, then he should be able to perfect it and replicate it. Tony threw her on the floor, and her body crashed against the ground. She was in so much pain that she didn't even try to fight back. Instead, she crawled to the nearest wall and leaned her back against it while she glared at him. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice low and laced with anger. "I want the formula for the super soldier serum you've developed." Tony crouched before her. "Or should I start pulling out your nails one by one? You will scream and beg in pain. I will simply stuff your mouth with a sock to muffle it. Then I will chop your fingers and sprinkle salt to make it more painful, and you will still scream, but it'll be muffled, and no one will hear you. Do you know if you cut off a human's big toe, they won't be able to maintain their body's balance? In short, you won't be able to walk. But you can crawl, so I'll have to cut your tendons and break your knees just to keep you immobilized. You will kill me even if I give it to you," she said, glaring at him. "Yeah, I'll kill you either way. But do you really want to die screaming in pain as I break your body little by little? Or..." Tony's eyes went toward the medical labs lined up at the far end of the facility. Die even more painfully as I inject every single serum in that place into your bloodstream one after another? Now, how many times have you tested them on a human? Hundreds? Thousands? Maybe more? The first couple will be painless, but then you'll start feeling your muscles tearing and your organs rupturing. Blood vessels breaking and lungs shredding as you fall to the floor and struggle in pain, gasping for breath. But my nanites will repair your body over and over again. You will want to die, but you won't be able to. Imagine it. Your body burning in agony and healing at the same time. There is no such thing as that. You are bluffing. Do you want to try? So, what's it gonna be? She opened her mouth and began reciting the formula. Her words were laced with hatred and anger. Tony punched her, smashing her nose in anger. Blood sprayed from her broken nose, staining her uniform. You bitch! You think I am stupid? Well, doesn't matter. I will extract the formula out of their blood. He grabbed her hair and dragged her through the halls. Then he stopped. As much as he wanted to put all those serums into her body, he thought it was only fair for the widows to take their revenge with their own hands. Tony made a video call to Natasha. She picked up the call on the second ring. Natasha's eyes widened as Tony focused on Ludmila's face and then on the headmistress' face. Then he showed her the unconscious widows. You, are they? She stuttered. She couldn't believe the scene before her. They are alive. And these two. I'm pretty sure you'd like to take your time with them, Tony said, turning back the camera to face him. The girls? How many are there? There are 113 of them. They are still alive. Natasha sighed in relief. Tony, no time. Do you have a way to persuade them or maybe extract them somewhere safe for a while? I can't leave them alone in their condition. They are completely brainwashed. Yes, I think I can. Okay, I'll wake them up. However, before he could do that, a massive kick on his back sent him crashing through the walls, breaking through several layers of concrete. What the hell? Another kick sent him crashing through another wall. This time, he broke through several reinforced steel girders, cutting his back and chest. Sir, it appears to be. Tony grunted as he got back up. Yeah, I know. Tony, you alright? Natasha's voice came over the comms. What happened? A freaking bear? If not for Tony's upgraded armor, his body would have turned into meat splatter. His systems screamed warnings as he picked himself up from the rubble, nanites already working to repair the microfractures in his suit. He groaned, flexing his fingers as his HUD recalibrated from the impact. He had been hit by a damn truck. No, not a truck. A bear. Standing before him was a 7 feet 5 inches monstrosity of muscle and fur, its massive paws curled into fists the size of cinder blocks. A humanoid brown bear, breathing heavily, and he looked angry. Ursa Major. Tony's mind raced as he processed the scene. Wait, I know this guy. He had read about him in the comics in his past life. A Russian mutant with the ability to transform into a massive bear while retaining his intelligence and combat skills. His strength in this form put him on par with mid-tier powerhouses, capable of lifting 15 tons and tanking damage that would flatten normal humans. His lips curled into a smirk under the helmet. They really brought a bear to a high-tech fight? Goo. Ursa Major cracked his knuckles. You are strong, he rumbled in Russian, his voice like gravel being crushed under steel. But not strong enough. Tony barely had time to react before the massive bear lunged at him, moving deceptively fast for something his size. 45 miles per hour. That was the speed of a charging brown bear. And right now, Tony was experiencing firsthand why that was terrifying. The beast closed the distance in a second, swiping a paw at Tony with enough force to send a jeep flipping end over end. Tony barely managed to dodge, thrusters firing at the last moment to push him aside. But not fast enough. The edge of Ursa's claws scraped against his armor, sending out a shower of sparks as deep gashes formed along the nanite plating. That's a problem. Before he could reposition, Ursa was on him again, his massive frame looming over Tony as he raised both arms and hammered down with a double-fisted strike. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves through the room, the floor beneath Tony cratering as he was slammed into the reinforced steel ground. "Sir, would you like to activate auto battle mode?" Hermes asked. "Nah, I want to stretch my muscles a bit and see how far I can go without auto mode," Tony groaned. His HUD flickered for a moment before stabilizing. His enhanced armor had absorbed most of the impact, but that hurt like hell. Damn, the kinetic energy absorber needs some more work, and I am already seeing the limits of this stealth-grade suit. Gotta make combat suits. If only I had more vibranium. Oh well. Ursa Major grinned, showing massive teeth. "Not so tough now, are you?" Tony coughed, rolling onto his back. "Buddy, you have no idea who you're dealing with," Ursa snorted. "I do not need to. You will die all the same." The bear leaped into the air, aiming to bring his full 1,500 pounds of muscle down onto Tony. Big mistake. Tony's palm lit up with a sudden pulse of repulsor energy. Boom! The blast caught Ursa midair, sending him slamming into the ceiling before gravity took over and he crashed back down, flattening a nearby metal crate. Tony shot back up, dusting himself off. "Huh, big guy, but I expected more out of Russia's finest." Ursa Major roared and charged again. This time, Tony didn't dodge. He caught the bear's fist. A shockwave rippled through the air as metal-clad fingers clamped down on Ursa's paw, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. Ursa's eyes widened. "What?" Tony twisted, leveraging his enhanced strength, and flipped the bear over his shoulder, slamming him spine first into the steel floor. Crash. The ground dented under the force, cracks spreading outward. Ursa gasped, the wind knocked out of him. Tony didn't let him recover. He jumped up and smashed into Ursa's ribs, followed by a brutal kick to the jaw, sending spit and blood flying as the bear staggered back. His HUD showed Ursa's shattered ribs and jaws. Nice! Before Ursa could even think, Tony grabbed his head and slammed it into the wall, leaving a crater in the reinforced steel. The bear slumped for a moment, dazed. Tony cracked his knuckles. "You hit like a drunk panda. Now my turn." He grabbed Ursa's massive arm, twisting it behind his back. A sickening crack echoed through the room. "Arf!" Ursa howled in pain as his shoulder dislocated. Tony then planted a boot against the back of the bear's knee and kicked forward, forcing him to collapse onto all fours. With a smirk, Tony placed his boot against Ursa's head and pinned him to the ground. The once proud warrior of Russia was now completely immobilized, his massive frame quivering in pain. Tony sighed dramatically. "So much for not strong enough, huh? You talk a big game, but when it comes down to it, you're just a big, hairy punching bag." Ursa growled but couldn't move. "Shoo!" Tony whispered mockingly. "Let me just..." A needle extended from his wrist. He jabbed it into Ursa's thick fur, extracting a blood sample. He never expected to come across a mutant, an evil mutant at that. Now with his blood, he should be able to create countermeasures against them. Nullifiers, cures, or boosters. Well, it all depends on who's good or evil. The bear grunted in protest but was in no condition to stop him. "Thanks, big guy. You might be useless in a fight, but your mutant DNA? That's valuable." Tony stood up, stepping off the bear's head. Ursa tried to rise, but his arm was useless, his body battered, his pride shattered. Tony shook his head. "Pathetic." Ursa Major panted, glaring at him with a mix of fury and humiliation. "This isn't over," he snarled. Tony just chuckled, twirling the vial of blood in his fingers. "Oh, it really is." Ursa Major's breathing was ragged, his massive chest heaving. Blood dripped from his broken nose. His jaw hung at an odd angle, and his right arm was completely dislocated. Then, crack, a drop of blood mixed with whatever he took fell on the floor. Tony's HUD immediately flared with alerts as he detected a foreign chemical compound being released into Ursa's bloodstream. "Sir, his vitals are spiking." "Adrenaline?" endorphins, muscle density. He just crushed something in his mouth. Hermes warned. Tony's eyes widened as his sensors analyzed the substance. Mutant growth hormone, a temporary high-risk power boost derived from mutant DNA. It overloaded the body, granting immense strength, speed, and endurance at the cost of life itself. Ursa Major had just turned himself into a walking nuclear bomb of raw power. Ah, shit. The bear's eyes rolled back for a second before snapping forward, now glowing a deep crimson. His muscles bulged, veins throbbing like thick cables under his fur. The dislocated arm snapped back into place on its own. His shattered jaw realigned, his wounds sealing in mere seconds. Then he moved. Fawam. Tony barely had time to react before an unbelievable force slammed into him, sending him through 6 reinforced steel walls like a ragdoll. His world became a blur of twisted metal and concrete as he finally skidded to a halt, smashing into a storage room. He groaned. His HUD flickered violently. Suit integrity at 92%. Tony shook his head, clearing the ringing from his ears. Okay. Ow. The roar that followed made the ground tremble. Ursa Major tore through the debris, his massive form now even larger, standing at nearly 9 feet tall. His fur crackled with energy. His claws extended into razor-sharp talons that could probably tear through titanium. Tony sighed. Yeah, see? This is why you don't take mystery drugs, buddy. Ursa didn't respond. He wasn't just stronger. He was gone. The MGH had overridden his rational mind, leaving behind nothing but pure, animalistic rage. And it was all directed at Tony. Ursa lunged. Tony barely had time to throw up a hard light shield before the bear's claws shredded through it like paper. A massive swipe sent him flying again, crashing through more reinforced walls. Tony groaned, pushing himself up. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Sir, at his current output, he's operating at nearly 50 tons of lifting strength. Avoid taking direct hits. Tony spat out some blood. Yeah, I figured that out when he punted me like a football, Hermes. TSK. The laser has 2 more shots. Can't waste it. And I can't use stronger explosives down here. Repulsor beams won't work on his thick skin. He tried to lure the bear away from the widows. Ursa charged again. This time, Tony was ready. His nanites shifted, forming impact dampeners across his arms and legs. His thrusters roared as he dashed forward, meeting the behemoth head-on. Ursa swung. Tony ducked. Barely. The sheer force of the swing split the air, sending out a shockwave that shattered nearby windows. Tony capitalized. He countered. A repulsor-charged uppercut slammed into Ursa's gut, sending out a massive kinetic shock. The beast stumbled, but he was already healing from the internal damage. Tony scowled. Okay, plan B. He vaulted over Ursa, landing behind him. His gauntlet shifted, forming an energy scalpel. One way to beat a healing factor: shut down the nervous system. With a swift, calculated movement, Tony drove the energy blade into the base of Ursa's skull, targeting the brainstem. Bark. The bear seized up, his body spasming violently as the electrical surge overloaded his nervous system. Ursa let out a choked roar before collapsing, twitching uncontrollably. Tony exhaled. And, nap time. His HUD ran a scan. Ursa's vitals were critical. His body was literally tearing itself apart from the overdose. 10 minutes. That's all the MGH gave him. Tony sighed, rubbing his helmet. Jesus. He turned, activating his comms. Nat, you still there? What the hell was that roar? Natasha's voice came through, urgent. Long story short, big angry bear. Took steroids. I won. What? I'll explain later. He stomped on Ursa's head, splattering blood and brains under his heel. Time to wake up the widows. Tony stood over the unconscious widows, ready to wake them, when his HUD flared with alerts. A new analysis report popped up, flooding his screen with data. Alert. Foreign compound detected. Sir. Hermes' voice was sharp, cutting through the silence. The widow's neural scans are showing anomalous activity. There's an unidentified serum in their bloodstream, distinct from the super soldier serum. Tony frowned. Details. A holographic display formed before him, showcasing a molecular breakdown of the compound. His enhanced vision zoomed in, watching how the foreign serum latched onto neurons, hijacking signals, rewriting, and turning free will into an illusion. It's a synthetic neurochemical suppressant, Hermes continued, a highly advanced mind control serum. The chemical bonds suppress independent decision-making while amplifying external commands. If they wake up now, they will not be in control of their bodies. Tony exhaled slowly. So I just traded one problem for another. Great. He rubbed his helmet, pacing in a slow circle. This wasn't just conditioning, this was biological enslavement. If he woke them up now, they'd fight him, whether they wanted to or not. Natasha's voice crackled over the comm. Tony? What's wrong? Yeah, so. Small problem. The widows aren't just brainwashed. They're chemically rewired to be puppets. If I wake them up, they won't see us as allies. They'll see us as targets. Silence. Then, Natasha spoke, her voice low and controlled. How bad is it? Tony glanced back at the motionless widows. Bad. The serum doesn't just make them obedient. It removes their ability to disobey. They're stuck in their own bodies, unable to fight back. Even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't. A sharp inhale from Natasha. Can you fix it? Tony smirked. Fix it? Babe, I'm Tony Stark. He turned away from the widows and flexed his fingers, watching as the black and gold nanites along his armor shifted and swirled like liquid metal. Legion, he called out. A second voice, deep and smooth, filled his helmet. Unlike Hermes, which was precise and analytical, Legion sounded almost alive. Yes, sir. Tony grinned. You ready for some fun? A low hum vibrated through the suit. Always. Hermes, send Legion everything you have on the serum. Activate the bio-nanite mode. Processing, Hermes replied. Tony knelt beside one of the widows, placing his hand over her arm. Nanites slithered from his gauntlet, sinking into her skin like ink dispersing in water. Legion, I'm giving you free rein on this. Adapt. Override. Burn out whatever's in their system without causing any side effects. Understood. Tony's HUD lit up as data flowed between Legion and Hermes. The nanites worked fast, mapping the widow's neural pathways, isolating the foreign serum, and beginning the delicate process of neutralization. The holographic screen in front of Tony showed a live simulation of the widow's biology. The mind control serum was deeply embedded, its tendrils wrapped tightly around neurons, forcing chemical obedience. Legion's nanites latched onto it like microscopic surgeons, cutting away the invasive compound molecule by molecule. Natasha's voice came through, quieter this time. Tony, are you sure this will work? He hesitated, watching as the widow's vitals fluctuated. I never test things before I use them, he admitted. But if it doesn't, well, then I just committed mass murder by accident. Tony,
I'm kidding.
Mostly. Legion's voice cut in. Sir, I am progressing through the first subject. The serum is deeply integrated into the motor cortex and hippocampus. Full removal will take approximately 3 minutes per widow. Tony glanced at the 113 bodies before him. 3 minutes each? He did the math. That's 5 hours and some. But you can adapt after the first, so approximate 15 to 16 minutes should be enough. Correct, Legion answered. Once I adapt to the first subject, I will optimize the process for the rest. Estimated time for full detoxification, 15 minutes. As I thought, a sharp beep from Hermes. The first subject's neural pathways are stabilizing. The serum is being overridden. Tony watched as the widow's breathing changed, her chest rising more naturally, her fingers twitching slightly. Then, her eyes snapped open. Tony tensed, ready for a fight. But she didn't attack. Instead, she gasped. her body jerking as if waking from a nightmare. Her pupils dilated wildly before focusing on him. She looked around, confused, then down at her own shaking hands. Her voice was hoarse. I can move. Tony exhaled. Hell yeah, you can. The widow stared at him, disbelief washing over her. Then tears formed in her eyes. Silent, unrestrained, but real. Legion, Tony said. Execute on the rest. As you command. The room was filled with a faint hum as thousands of nanites dispersed, flowing through the air like invisible mist. One by one, the widows began to wake. Some gasped. Others clutched their heads, overwhelmed by the sensation of choice returning to them. A few immediately broke down into sobs, years of stolen autonomy crashing back all at once. Tony stood, watching it unfold. Then his comms crackled. Tony! Natasha's voice was tight, emotional. Put me through to them. Tony pressed a button on his gauntlet, activating the speakers in his suit. Widows, you have a call. Natasha's voice filled the room. Sisters. Every widow froze. Then, one by one, they turned toward Tony, toward the sound of the voice echoing through the room. Natasha took a shaky breath. You're free. Silence. Then, a single whisper from one of the widows. Natasha. Tony crossed his arms, watching as the chaos of emotion spread through the room. Some fell to their knees, sobbing in relief. Others clutched their heads as years of programming fought against their newfound freedom. Welcome back to the world, ladies, Tony said softly. Then he turned to the two very unfortunate women still lying at his feet. The headmistress and Ludmilla, both watching in horror as their empire crumbled before their eyes. Well, the headmistress looked tougher than she looked. Despite passing out, she woke up again and was looking great for someone who lost their limbs. Tony smirked. Now, he said, rolling his shoulders. Time for your turn. The headmistress and Ludmilla. The two women lay on the cold steel floor, their bodies broken but still conscious enough to understand what was happening. The headmistress groaned, clutching the burned stumps where her legs used to be. Ludmilla, still slumped against the wall, glared up at Tony with a mixture of hatred and something close to fear. The widows turned toward them. Some of them clenched their fists, their faces unreadable. Others just stared, their expressions dark, their minds processing years of pain, abuse, and stolen choices. Tony sighed dramatically, placing his hands on his hips. All right, ladies, let's have a little chat. The widows turned to him. He motioned to the two women. Now I could kill them myself. Wouldn't take long. Hell, I could make it so they never die, just keep them suffering in some underground cell forever. But that doesn't feel right, does it? He took a slow step forward. No, that's your decision to make. The words hung in the air. The widows blinked. A few of them exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. The very concept of being allowed to choose was foreign. Tony crouched down next to Ludmilla, tilting his head. You hearing this, Kudrin? You should be honored. You spent years turning these women into tools, stripping them of their freedom. His voice dropped to a mocking whisper. And now, they get to decide what happens to you. Ludmilla's breathing was ragged, but she still held her glare. You think this will change anything? She spat, blood dripping from her mouth. The Red Room is bigger than one facility, bigger than me. You may have freed these puppets, but they are replaceable. There will always be more. Tony smirked. Aha, keep telling yourself that while you piss yourself in fear. He stood up and turned back to the widows. So, he said, clapping his hands together. What's it gonna be? Silence. Then, one of the widows stepped forward. She was young, barely in her early 20s, with short black hair and dark, hazel eyes. She walked slowly, almost cautiously, until she stood before the two fallen women. Her hands balled into fists. I remember you, she said, her voice steady but cold. Ludmilla looked up, squinting. You took me from my family when I was 8, the widow continued. You made me kill my best friend when I was 12. A pause. Then she turned to the others. How many of you were forced to kill someone you loved? A murmur rippled through the group. Dozens of hands went up. The widow's jaw tightened. She turned back to Ludmilla and the headmistress. Her next words sent chills through the air. Then we decide together. Tony crossed his arms, watching with interest. He wasn't going to interfere. One by one, more widows stepped forward, their expressions unreadable. One of them, a woman with a deep scar across her cheek, knelt beside the headmistress and yanked her by the hair, forcing her to look up. "Do you remember me?" she asked quietly. The headmistress gritted her teeth, pain evident in her face, but she said nothing. "You should," the widow continued. "You made me watch while you killed my sister, said it would make me stronger." Another widow spoke. "You drugged us, made us think we wanted to be your weapons." Another, "You laughed when we cried." More voices, more memories. Then the black-haired widow, the first to speak, turned to Tony. "What do you think we should do?" she asked. Tony blinked. "Oh, no, no, no. Don't put this on me. You get to make this call." We. They somewhat hesitated. The word freedom was foreign to them. Tony noticed it and thought it would take some time for them to get used to this. He exhaled, rubbing his jaw. "Killing them would be easy," he admitted. "A quick solution. But you have to ask yourselves, will it make you feel better? Will it fix what they did to you?" The room was silent. Then Tony shrugged. "Or maybe you don't care about fixing it. Maybe you just want them to suffer. And that's fair too." Ludmilla let out a sharp breath, laughing weakly. "You're no better than us," she rasped. Tony grinned. "Sweetheart, I never said I was a good person." Then he turned back to the widows. "Your choice, ladies. Just know, whatever you decide, no one's gonna stop you." Silence stretched. Then a gun clicked. Tony raised an eyebrow as one of the widows aimed a pistol at Ludmilla's forehead. Ludmilla closed her eyes. The widow's finger trembled over the trigger. Tony watched, curious. Then the gun lowered. The widow exhaled sharply, shaking her head. "No," she muttered. "Death is too kind for them." The others murmured in agreement. Scarred widow smirked. "Then we make them suffer." The widows moved as one, dragging Ludmilla and the headmistress toward the far end of the facility. There was a lot of equipment down there. Medical labs, surgical stations, places where they had been experimented on. Now, they were about to return the favor. Tony didn't need to watch what happened next. Natasha's voice came through the comms. "Tony, thank you. Don't thank me yet. I'm far from done." The agonized screams of Ludmilla and the headmistress echoed through the cold, steel walls of the Red Room's underground facility. Their bodies convulsed violently as the experimental serum overloaded their systems, cells breaking down at a molecular level. Flesh bubbled, twisted, and liquefied into a grotesque sludge, the last remnants of their existence vanishing into the very hell they had built. Tony stood over their remains, unfazed. Guess that formula wasn't quite perfected after all," he muttered. He turned to face the freed widows, who were watching in silence. Some looked disgusted, others relieved. But there was no pity. Natasha's voice crackled through his comms. "Tony, we need to move. The longer we stay here, the higher the chances of someone catching on." Tony nodded. "Agreed. You got somewhere off the grid where you can hide them till I finish the job?" There was a pause. Then Natasha responded. "Yeah, I have a safe house in the mountains. No digital footprint, no records, nothing. It's secure." "Perfect." Tony turned to the widows. "All right, ladies, field trip time." With the base now fully under his control, Tony led the group to the hangar, where a fully operational carrier plane sat waiting. He ran a quick systems check, engines, fuel, flight path. Everything was good to go. As the widows boarded, Tony issued silent commands to his nanite drones. A pair of invisible sentries detached from his suit, slipping onto the plane unnoticed. Their directive was simple: monitor the widows, ensure their safety, and eliminate any external threats. Once all were inside, he tapped on his gauntlet. You're clear for takeoff. Hermes, override base controls. Open the hangar doors. Affirmative, sir. The AI confirmed. The massive steel doors groaned open, revealing the vast stretch of the Siberian night sky. The engines roared to life, and moments later, the plane was airborne, disappearing into the darkness. Tony exhaled, watching as the craft faded from his HUD's tracking range. Hermes, maintain a secure link with the drones inside that plane. I want real-time updates. Understood, sir. Satisfied, Tony turned toward the remaining map of Red Room facilities displayed on his wrist interface. 1 down, 5 more to go. He flexed his fingers, nanites shifting over his suit. All right, he muttered, cracking his neck. Next target. With a surge of repulsor energy, he took off into the sky, disappearing into the cold night, heading toward his next mission. The frigid winds of Siberia howled around him as Tony hovered above the next Red Room installation. His HUD mapped out the facility below, a sprawling underground bunker hidden beneath the ice, marked only by a handful of disguised entry points. His scans confirmed it, no widows, just another hub for Red Room logistics, supply chains, and intelligence storage. Good. That makes things simple. Tony flexed his fingers, the nanites in his suit shifting seamlessly as he tapped into the facility's security network. Firewalls? Child's play. Encryption? Not even a challenge. Within seconds, the entire base was under his control. Cameras, turrets, automated defenses, they were all his to command. Hermes, initiate lockdown sequence, he murmured. Lockdown in progress, the AI confirmed. All exits are now sealed. Internal communication has been cut off. Below, Red Room operatives were beginning to panic. Doors refused to open. The ventilation system shut down. Emergency override codes failed. Their entire base had become a steel coffin. Tony smirked. All right, boys, let's light this candle. With a single command, he activated the base's self-destruct system. T-minus 60 seconds. From the sky, Tony watched as the countdown played out in his HUD. The agents scrambled, banging on doors, trying to escape, but there was no way out. They were rats in a burning maze. 10, 9. A Red Room officer screamed orders at his men, but it was useless. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the icy wasteland, sending shockwaves across the tundra. The ground trembled as fire and debris erupted into the air, swallowing the facility in a towering inferno. Tony hovered above, arms crossed, watching as the flames consumed everything. No more ghosts, he muttered, before turning toward his next target. New York, abandoned docks. The Red Room had always been careful. Their New York operation had been hidden for years, tucked away in the shadows of the abandoned dockyards. On paper, it was nothing but a forgotten warehouse, a relic of the past. But Tony knew better. He landed silently on the rooftop, his sensors already scanning the area. No widows detected. Just like Siberia, this was a logistical hub, a place for moving weapons, intel, and personnel under the radar. A dead end for human trafficking and black market deals, all disguised as an empty lot. Tony's fingers danced across his wrist console, hacking into the facility's systems. Within moments, he was inside their network, sifting through classified data, tracking every financial transaction, every encrypted message. Names flashed across his screen. Bank accounts, high-ranking officials connected to the Red Room. He smirked. Gotcha. Hermes, copy all relevant intel and forward it to Elena, he ordered. Then initiate lockdown and self-destruct. Confirmed, sir. The same scene played out as before. Panic spread through the ranks of the unsuspecting agents below. Doors sealed shut. Communications failed. T-minus 60 seconds. Tony watched the chaos unfold from the sky. Boom! The explosion tore through the dockyard, sending shockwaves across the harbor. Flames engulfed the abandoned buildings, reflecting off the water like hellfire. Tony didn't look back. 2 down, Meanwhile, deep within Tony's lab, Elena, his secondary AI, was already working ahead of him. Her target? 3 Red Room dummy subbases scattered across the globe. Moscow, a disguised embassy office in the heart of the city. Cairo, an underground intelligence hub hidden beneath a luxury hotel. Hong Kong, a high-tech research facility specializing in biochemical warfare. Elena's attack was silent, deadly, untraceable. She easily bypassed their security networks, infiltrating their servers. Within seconds, their systems turned against them. Moscow, the security doors locked, trapping the agents inside. The temperature dropped below freezing as Elena manipulated the temperature control systems, leaving them to freeze in their own tomb. Cairo, the ventilation system flooded with a colorless neurotoxin, the same kind they had used on innocent test subjects. The agents dropped, choking on their own crimes. Hong Kong, the automated defense turrets, once programmed to protect, now turned on their masters. Gunfire echoed through the facility as the AI-controlled weapons exterminated every last agent. Within 10 minutes, all 3 subbases were eliminated. The Red Room was collapsing. Tony stretched his arms. Elena, status report? All 3 subbases have been neutralized. Elena's voice responded smoothly. Surviving data has been extracted and archived. Good girl. Sir, Hermes interrupted. With these bases destroyed, the Red Room's operational network has suffered an 80% collapse. Only the main base remains. Tony exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Time to finish this. Ural Mountains. The icy winds howled as Tony Stark soared toward the last standing stronghold of the Red Room. This was it, the heart of the organization, the place where the real decisions were made. The bastards who sat comfortably in their hidden fortress while others did their dirty work. His HUD flickered, displaying the underground network beneath the mountain range. The base was massive, easily the size of a small military compound, and it was heavily reinforced. Unlike the other bases, this one had layered defenses designed to withstand full-scale assaults. Not that it would help. Hermes, give me a full breakdown, Tony muttered, adjusting the repulsors in his boots. Scanning now, Hermes replied. The facility has reinforced titanium walls, electromagnetic shielding, and anti-air defenses spread across the perimeter. Surface-level security consists of 24 automated turrets, 8 drone sentries, and 75 ground operatives on patrol. Internal forces include over 200 Red Room personnel and approximately 50 high-ranking officials. And the widows? Hermes paused for half a second. Unknown. My scans detect at least 30 active widow signals at the base. According to the data, many are currently off-site, deployed on missions across the world. Exact number, unknown. There are no records. Tony clenched his jaw. That was the biggest problem. Even if he wiped out the space, the widows still out there were effectively ghosts. Agents hiding in plain sight, woven into the very fabric of society. Some were embedded within governments. Others were working as assassins for hire, unaware that their so-called loyalty was nothing but chemical programming. That's why he needed the leaders alive. They had the names, the locations, the fail-safe protocols. And if they refused to answer, well, there was Natasha and the other widows. They must have information on the other widows. Well, time to rile them up. Dreykov sipped his tea, the warmth doing little to chase away the ever-present chill of the Ural Mountains. He stood before the massive glass wall of his private office, high above the rest of the underground command center. From here, he could see everything. The control room, the training floors, and the surveillance feeds displaying his network of bases worldwide. For decades, he had built the Red Room into something untouchable. A shadow empire that stretched across governments, economies, and battlefields. Assassins, informants, and agents, all threads woven into the fabric of global power. No war happened without him knowing. No country moved without someone whispering in his ear. He smiled to himself. They thought they could take him down before. They were wrong. A soft chime echoed through the room. Dreykov turned his head slightly as Colonel Vasily Ivanov, his head of security, strode toward him. Report. Routine checks, sir, Ivanov replied, standing at attention. Surveillance is stable. All communications are running normally. Our assets in Washington and Beijing confirm that there are no external investigations into our operations. Dreykov nodded. Good. And the widows? 14 active in the field, 32 in rotation here at the main facility. All protocols remain intact. Perfect. Dreykov took another slow sip, exhaling through his nose. Nothing could touch them. Then everything collapsed. It started with a flicker. One of the surveillance feeds glitched just for a second. Barely noticeable. Then another. Then all of them. The main screen in the control center stuttered before stabilizing. The officers below exchanged uneasy glances, fingers flying over keyboards as they attempted diagnostics. Dreykov's grip tightened around his glass. What is happening? Sir, an officer called out, voice laced with confusion. We're detecting. The main map of the Red Room's operational network went black. All of it. Every facility. Every server. Every communications relay. Gone. Dreykov's blood turned to ice. The control room exploded into chaos. Officers shouted over each other, scrambling for answers. Error messages flooded the screens. Every attempt to re-establish contact failed. No. 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 One of the senior technicians slammed his fists on the desk. It's not just a communications blackout. The systems, our entire network. It's not there anymore. What do you mean, not there? Ivanov barked, stepping forward. I mean, it's been wiped, deleted. Every system, every backup, every off-site server. Dreykov's fingers twitched. He forced himself to remain still, to keep his face expressionless. This was impossible. Even if someone had attacked a base, they would have received warnings, distress calls, encrypted messages, anything. Instead, they had received nothing, because someone had made sure of it. Then came the first security alert. Siberia base, offline. Dreykov's throat went dry. Another alert. New York hub, offline. Then another.
Moscow, offline. Cairo, offline. Hong Kong, offline.
The alerts piled up, one after the other, cascading across the screen like a digital avalanche. Every hub, every subbase, every safe house, all gone. It was as if every last piece of the Red Room had been erased at the exact same time. Dreykov's teacup slipped from his fingers, shattering against the floor. Who did this? He whispered, voice barely audible over the panic in the control room. No one answered. The realization settled in like a lead weight in his stomach. Whoever had done this wasn't just attacking them. They had planned this for a long time. They had infiltrated his system so deeply that they had been feeding false reports, creating a loop to make everything appear normal, until now. Until the moment they decided to end it. Dreykov turned sharply to Ivanov. Activate full lockdown. I want every widow on standby. If they could take down everything without us knowing, then there's a possibility that they are already here. If there is even a single breach, I want to know about it. A new alarm blared, high-pitched and deafening. Not a cyber attack. Physical breach. Dreykov's hands curled into fists. Where? A terrified officer turned from his console. Sir, it's coming from above. The first explosion came from the north wing. A controlled blast, just enough to cave in the tunnel leading to the armory, cutting off security's access to heavier weapons. Then the lights flickered. For a brief moment, everything plunged into total darkness. Then, the emergency lights activated, bathing the base in an eerie red glow. Shadows twisted along the walls. Gunfire, explosions, sudden silence. Something was in the base. Someone. Ivanov was barking orders, mobilizing the soldiers. He ordered the widows to move. It wouldn't matter. Dreykov watched the security feeds. Fear was something he never knew. Heck, he was the fear until now. Droplets of sweat appeared on his forehead. His men were dying. Not in firefights, Not in battle. They were being hunted. The first team of guards vanished in the northern corridors. A black figure moved through the red haze, fast and silent. Bodies dropped before they could scream. Another group, elites this time, stationed at the south gate. They raised their rifles, scanning the shadows. Something moved in the darkness above them. A single shot rang out. One man crumpled. The others turned, only to be yanked violently into the air, their bodies smashing against the walls before collapsing in a heap. Who the hell was this? Dreykov's fingers dug into the armrest of his chair. Get me visuals. The cameras flickered, struggling to keep up with the movement. But for a fraction of a second, one frame captured a silhouette. Not a widow, not a soldier, not one of theirs. The figure wore a black suit. No insignia, no markings. A metal gauntlet gleamed under the emergency lights, shifting as the figure flexed its fingers. Around him lay the broken dead bodies of his men and unconscious widows. Then the person looked up and tilted his head, right at the camera, and showed them the middle finger. The feed cut to static. Dreykov's heart pounded in his chest. This wasn't a random strike force. This wasn't SHIELD or any other agencies. This was something else. Someone else. A personal grudge? But who? When? Why? Too many questions assaulted his mind, yet no answers. Sir! Dreykov turned as Ivanov rushed toward him. The intruder is non-lethal against the widows, but he's executing the rest of our forces. We have reports of close-quarters combat. Guards taken out before they can fire a shot. Dreykov's breath was shallow. His empire, his life's work, was being dismantled before his eyes. But he was still here, and as long as he lived, the Red Room lived. He straightened his spine. Activate the final protocol. Ivanov hesitated. Sir, he is not ready. If we get him out before the synchro process. Do it. Ivanov swallowed hard, then turned to the nearest console, inputting the necessary commands. Dreykov exhaled slowly. Whoever this was, they had underestimated him. They thought they were hunting him, but he had spent decades being the hunter, and he wasn't done yet. Deep containment level. The alarm's shrill wail echoed down the cold steel corridors of the Red Room's most classified sublevel. Rows of cryogenic pods lined the chamber, each one filled with failed experiments, discarded weapons of war frozen in time. But at the very end of the chamber stood one pod that was different. Larger, reinforced, adorned with heavy locks and warning symbols in bold red Cyrillic letters.
Опасность. Omega.
Danger, Oméga.
Inside, submerged in freezing stasis fluid, was a monster in the making. Arkady Gregorovich Rossovich. Arkady Gregorovich Rossovich was known to be a cruel and violent man who served with the USSR Spetsnaz in the early 1960s. However, his crimes were eventually discovered, which led to his supposed execution, surviving a fatal gunshot to the head thanks to his newly discovered mutant abilities. Rossovich was court-martialed and forced into the USSR's own super soldier project after the potential of his abilities was noticed. Rossovich underwent years of experimental torture and enhancements that not only turned his skin chalk white, but transformed him into a deadly cyborg who soon took the name Omega Red. He did shit much worse, but due to certain rules, I couldn't write them. You can check the fandom. The glow of his pod's biometric scanner pulsed yellow, showing incomplete synchronization. His latest cybernetic upgrade, a next-generation neural interface designed to push his combat efficiency beyond human limits, was still at 72% integration. Under normal conditions, the process would take another 48 hours to complete. But Dreykov had no time for patience. Command Center. Ivanov, Dreykov barked, eyes locked on the surveillance screens. Override containment failsafes. Wake him up. Ivanov hesitated. His thick fingers hovered over the terminal's final authorization key. Sir, the cybernetic fusion isn't complete. We have no idea how unstable. Do it. Dreykov's voice cracked with raw desperation. Now. Ivanov swore under his breath and slammed his fist against the console. Deep containment level, Omega Red's pod. The stasis fluid drained with a deafening roar, hissing steam rolling across the floor as the chamber's temperature rose from minus 200 degrees Celsius to 35 degrees Celsius in seconds. Hydraulic clamps hissed and released, their steel locks disengaging one by one. Inside the pod, a pair of burning crimson eyes snapped open. The biometric scanner turned red. Subject: Rosevich Arkady Gregorovich. Codename: Omega Red. Status: Reawakening Forced Manual Override. Cybernetic Synchro: 72%. The air was thick with smoke and the scent of burning metal. The corridor leading to Dreykov's office was eerily silent, save for the distant hum of flickering lights and the low hiss of sparking wires. Bodies of elite guards lay scattered across the floor, their weapons still clutched in lifeless fingers. At the far end of the hallway, a grand staircase spiraled upward to the command center. Tony moved forward. His systems had already mapped out the layout of the top floor. Dreykov was cornered. No escape, you bastard. But as he neared the stairs, his HUD flickered with an urgent warning. Warning. Unknown energy signature detected. Highly volatile. Extreme caution advised. Tony stopped in his tracks. The temperature around him suddenly dropped, his breath fogging up inside his helmet. A deep, guttural mechanical growl rumbled from the shadows above. Then, heavy, metallic footsteps echoed down the staircase. A figure emerged. 7 feet of towering, muscle-bound monstrosity encased in pale, cybernetic enhancements. His chalk-white skin was lined with deep, vein-like circuits pulsing with red energy. His long, unkempt blonde hair swayed slightly as he exhaled, and his eyes glowed like one of those freaks from the Terminator movie. 2 thick, segmented metal tendrils unfurled from his back with a sickening clank, twitching like the fangs of a serpent. Tony's HUD identified him instantly. Subject identified: Arkady Gregorovich Rosevich. Code name: Omega Red. Status: active, extremely hostile. Intruder, Omega Red rumbled, his voice carrying a mechanical distortion. He stepped forward, the floor beneath him groaning under his weight. His eyes narrowed. You are not Widow, not Soldier. Who are you? Tony tilted his head. Wouldn't you like to know? Frostbite? Omega Red's tendrils lashed forward. Tony dodged, just barely. The steel whips slammed into the wall behind him, shattering it like paper. The entire hallway trembled as debris rained from above. Those things hit like a damn wrecking ball. Before he could retaliate, Omega Red lunged. His speed was unnatural for his size, thanks to his enhancements. Tony barely had time to raise his arms before a massive fist slammed into his chest. Boom! He rocketed backward, smashing through several walls before tumbling across the floor, his suit's impact dampeners struggling to absorb the force. Armor integrity: 89%. Okay, Tony muttered, shaking off the hit. That sucked. Omega Red stalked forward, slow and deliberate. His tendrils scraped against the floor, leaving deep gashes in the steel. Your suit, advanced technology. Not government. Not shield. Not Red Room. He grinned, sharp teeth glinting under the red emergency lights. I will tear it apart and upgrade myself even further. Tony's gauntlets shifted. Twin repulsors flared to life, crackling with unstable energy. Come try, Tin Man. Omega Red moved. Tony fired. A blinding blue-white repulsor beam lanced forward, slamming into Omega Red's chest, only for it to dissipate against his reinforced plating. The massive mutant barely flinched before one of his tendrils snapped forward, wrapping around Tony's wrist. Warning: foreign energy surge detected. A sickly red glow pulsed through the tendril. Tony's systems screamed in warning. That freak was siphoning power straight from his arc reactor. Shit! Tony tried to yank free, but Omega Red tightened his grip. You feel it, yes? Omega Red sneered, his voice thick with sadistic amusement. My carbonadium tendrils leech life, power, strength. Soon you will be nothing. Tony's vision flickered, His power levels were dropping at an alarming rate. If he didn't break free now, he had no choice. With a snarl, Tony deployed a concentrated pulse burst from his gauntlet. A concussive shockwave erupted from his suit, sending Omega Red staggering back. Tony stumbled, his systems struggling to reboot. Power levels: 61%. Jesus, he drained almost half my damn juice in seconds. Omega Red recovered instantly, grinning like a predator who had just found the perfect prey. Interesting. Your power, unlike anything I have ever seen. He extended his tendrils again. I will take it all. Tony clenched his fists. His suit was already adapting, recalibrating energy shields to resist the carbonadium effect. But it wouldn't hold up forever. Gotta end this fast. Activating advanced weaponry, the nanites on his shoulders shifted, forming two multi-barrel plasma launchers. Tony raised them. Eat this, Snow White. He fired. Twin streams of high-energy plasma tore through the air, searing toward Omega Red. The massive mutant crossed his arms, his cybernetic enhancements absorbing most of the impact, but the sheer force sent him skidding backward. Before he could counter, Tony followed through. He rushed forward, boosters in his boots igniting as he closed the gap in an instant. His gauntlet morphed into a blade, vibranium-tipped, and slashed. Slice! Omega Red roared as a deep gash opened across his chest. Cybernetic fluid and blood spilled onto the floor, but instead of retreating, he grinned. You bleed, Tony taunted. So do you. Omega Red's fist slammed into Tony's ribs. The impact was devastating. Tony felt the shock reverberate through his entire body. The nanites absorbed and released the kinetic energy out to minimize the damage. Suddenly, the floor collapsed. Tony fell, slamming into the level below. His HUD flickered violently. Yang! Kinetic dampers really need work. He noticed the flaw in his design. The nanites in charge of kinetic energy dispersion weren't working properly, and the excess energy within the nanites was causing internal collision, resulting in his suit damage. Thus, the nanites in charge of fixing were working overtime, drawing more power than he calculated. And gotta optimize Legion further. Well, got enough data thanks to this fight. Critical damage. Internal structure compromised. Armor integrity. 42%. Tony groaned. His nanites were already working overtime to repair the damage, but Omega Red wasn't giving him a chance. He wanted to use the nanite swarm, but he had already used too much while healing the widows and fighting for so long. He couldn't afford to waste anymore. The mutant descended through the hole, landing like a war machine. He lifted Tony by the throat, his tendrils coiling around his limbs, locking him in place. You are strong, Omega Red admitted, his grip tightening. But not strong enough. The carbonadium tendrils pulsed again. Tony's suit screamed in warning. His vision blurred. His power levels dropped. I can't take any more damage. Well, got enough data. Now, time to amp it up a bit. Power levels. 15%. He had seconds before Omega Red drained him dry. There was only one option left. A last resort. His fingers twitched over the emergency override. Engaging overdrive mode. Overdrive mode activated. The nanites in Tony's suit shifted violently, surging like liquid metal. The arc reactor in his chest pulsed, drawing 5 times more energy than before. The nanites inside his body began to fuse with the outer suit, and the arc reactor's energy was replenished almost instantly. His idea of creating a secondary power source back then came in handy now. His suit transformed. The black armor expanded, its design becoming sharper and more aggressive. Red, glowing lines etched across the plating, pulsating with raw energy. His gauntlets expanded, repulsor cores burning hotter than ever before. His helmet's HUD adjusted, adapting to the new surge of power. His strength was multiplied. His speed was enhanced. His weapon systems were recalibrated for maximum lethality. Omega Red's tendrils tightened. Tony grinned. Fun's over, asshole. With a massive shockwave, Tony released a concentrated energy beam from his arc reactor, blasting Omega Red away in a violent explosion. The mutant slammed through multiple walls, his body embedding into reinforced steel. Tony stood, his overdrive mode fully engaged, red energy crackling like lightning around his body. He flexed his fingers. His suit hummed like a goddamn supernova. Omega Red growled, pulling himself from the wreckage, eyes burning with fury. Tony smirked. Round 2. Bastardo? Omega Red snarled, blood and cybernetic fluid dripping from the deep wounds Tony had inflicted. His mechanical tendrils lashed violently, carving trenches into the steel floor as he prepared to strike again. But Tony was done playing games. His overdrive-enhanced systems were pulling an insane amount of power from his arc reactor, but he got more than enough juice to run them. Every servo, every repulsor, every ounce of nanite-infused energy had been pushed to the limit. Omega Red wanted a monster? Tony Stark would give him one. He launched forward with explosive speed. Boom! Before Omega Red could react, Tony's fist slammed into his gut with the force of a wrecking ball. The impact folded the mutant in half, sending a shockwave rippling through his entire frame. Crack! The sound of cybernetics snapping filled the room. Omega Red coughed, spitting out a mix of blood and hydraulic fluid. Tony didn't stop. He grabbed Omega Red's head and drove his knee into his face. Once, twice, a third time. Bang! 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 The reinforced cartilage in Omega Red's nose shattered. Blood gushed down his face as he reeled back, stunned. But Tony wasn't finished. He reached out, grabbed one of Omega Red's infamous carbonadium tendrils mid-swing, and ripped it out with a brutal yank. Half-gaff. Omega Red howled in agony as sparks erupted from the severed appendage, his entire body convulsing. His nerves were directly linked to those tendrils, meaning Tony had just delivered searing, unimaginable pain. Hurts, doesn't it? Tony growled. Good. Before Omega Red could recover, Tony twisted the torn tendril around his gauntlet, superheating it with a focused repulsor blast. Then, without hesitation, he plunged the red-hot metal straight through Omega Red's shoulder. Shunk! The mutant screamed as the molten metal impaled him, pinning him to the reinforced wall behind him. His remaining tendril flailed wildly, but Tony was already moving. He grabbed the second tendril and ripped it out just like the first. Omega Red howled again, his body jerking violently from the intense pain. His pride was gone now. You like draining people? Tony spat, his voice a mixture of anger and disgust. Let's see how you like it. He raised his gauntlet and activated a powerful reverse energy siphon, targeting Omega Red's failing cybernetics. The mutant convulsed as his own life force was yanked away, his body spasming as his enhancements flickered in and out. His strength gone, his speed gone, his invincibility gone. Omega Red, the infamous terror of the Soviet Union, the Red Room's ultimate weapon, now lay slumped against the wall, barely clinging to consciousness. Tony knelt down, his helmet retracting to reveal his face. His expression was cold, unforgiving. I could kill you, Tony said softly, tilting his head. Snap your neck, vaporize your body, leave you as a pile of ash. Omega Red wheezed, barely able to keep his eyes open. But that's too easy, Tony continued. You don't deserve easy. He reached down, grabbing Omega Red by his ruined cybernetic throat. Sparks flickered from the damaged implants. I want to kill you slowly and painfully, Tony whispered. But sadly, I don't have time to waste on a failure like you, so you gotta go. He yanked out the implant and then punched his fist into Red's chest, crushing the mutant's heart, and then to stop his healing factor, Tony fried his nervous system and incinerated his body to ashes after taking his blood sample. Tony barely had time to breathe before his sensors picked up another threat. Heavy footsteps echoed through the wreckage. A tall figure emerged from the smoke, walking toward him. From her armor, he could tell that the newcomer was a lady. She was wearing a silver armor that covered her entire body and a red hoodie-like thing. Her helmet had a dark visor, hiding her face. But Tony knew exactly who she was. Melina Vostokovna, also known as Iron Maiden, one of the Red Room's most dangerous enforcers. Well, Tony muttered, rolling his shoulders. This just keeps getting better. Melina didn't respond. She simply raised her arm. A wrist-mounted cannon snapped into place. Then she fired. A plasma blast tore through the air. Tony barely dodged, the heat searing past his helmet. He shot back, but Melina was fast. She twisted, avoiding the repulsor beam with ease. Wow, easy now. Tony landed, his boots slamming into the steel floor. You don't have to do this, he said, keeping his palms raised. I've already won. The Red Room is finished. Just stop, and we can end this nightmare. Melina didn't lower her weapon. You don't understand, she said. Her voice was calm, but there was something else. A hint of hesitation. I understand perfectly, Tony said. You think you owe Dreykov something. You think this place, this nightmare, is all you have. But it's not. You don't have to fight for a ghost. Melina took a step forward. And what do you fight for? Tony sighed. Right now, the chance to finally end this and free the widows. Melina's fingers twitched. For a moment, Tony thought she might actually listen. Then she attacked. Her gauntlet opened, releasing a cluster of microdrones. They swarmed toward him, tiny machines with razor-sharp wings. Tony raised a shield, but they cut through it like paper. One of them tore into his shoulder, sparks flying. All right, Tony muttered. Talking's over. He fired an EMP blast, stopping the drones. Then he rocketed forward, slamming into Melina with full force. They crashed through a wall, tumbling into the next room. She was strong, fast, trained for this. Tony barely blocked a strike before her fist smashed into his chest, sending him skidding across the floor. His HUD flickered. His armor took the hit, but he felt it. This isn't a lab test, he realized. This is real. Melina didn't let up. She was already moving, her blade flashing toward him. Tony caught it with his gauntlet, twisting it to the side. He countered with a knee to her ribs, then fired a blast at point-blank range. Melina flew backward but landed smoothly, her boots digging into the floor. TSK, that damn armor. Tony clicked his tongue. You're good, she admitted. Yeah, well, Tony said, rolling his neck. I do my best. Melina charged again. They clashed, metal against metal. Sparks flew with every strike. Tony's systems kept up, but he was feeling the strain. Fighting a real battle wasn't the same as running simulations. His suit had weaknesses. He just hadn't noticed them until now. His repulsors needed a second longer to recharge. His shoulder joints were stiff after heavy impacts. His left boot propulsion wasn't balanced due to overheating. Tiny flaws. But in a fight like this, tiny flaws could get him killed. Well, there's always more room for upgrades, he thought. Melina noticed. She adjusted her attacks, targeting his weak points. Her strikes were precise and efficient. A punch to his side where his armor was slightly thinner. A blade strike aimed at his shoulder, where his suit's reaction time lagged by half a second. Tony gritted his teeth. You're annoying, you know that? Melina didn't smile. She pressed forward, forcing him on the defensive. A kick to his knee sent him stumbling. Another strike to his ribs. His armor held, but the impact rattled him. She's going to wear me down, Tony realized. If not for the promise to Nat. And she doesn't look mind-controlled like the others. Che. Women are so annoying to deal with. She could gain her freedom, yet here we are fighting without any reason. He had to end this. Melina lunged, aiming for his neck. Tony twisted at the last second, grabbing her wrist. Enough, he shouted. He slammed his other fist into her chest, releasing a shockwave blast. The force sent her flying, smashing through the floor into the lower level. Tony dropped down after her. Melina groaned, pushing herself up. Her armor was cracked, her visor shattered. Blood dripped from her lip. She looked at him. For the first time, Tony saw something in her eyes. Doubt. He exhaled. This doesn't have to go on. Just then, Tony's eyes flicked to the small earpiece tucked into Melina's helmet. A faint red glow pulsed from it. Shit! He muttered under his breath. Dreykov was still pulling the strings. Melina's expression changed in an instant. The hesitation vanished, replaced by a cold, robotic intensity. Her posture stiffened, her movements eerily mechanical, like a puppet on a string. Then she attacked. Faster, harder, more reckless. Tony barely had time to react before her fists came crashing down. Her strikes were no longer calculated. They were brutal, relentless, and without any concern for defense. Her blades slashed wildly, her armored boots aimed for crippling blows. It was as if Dreykov had activated some kind of override, forcing her into a berserker state. God damn it, Melina! Tony grunted, blocking a savage strike that sent him skidding backward. You were holding back before, weren't you? Now you're just trying to break me in half. She didn't respond, didn't hesitate. Her knee smashed into his stomach, denting his armor. Tony gasped as the air left his lungs. He managed to twist away just as a blade nearly took his head off. His HUD flickered with warnings. Armor integrity. 32%. Warning. High-speed combat strain detected. Left shoulder actuator damaged. This wasn't just a fight anymore. It was a race against time. If he didn't disable her fast, she was either going to kill him or she was going to break herself in the process. Because that was the problem. Dreykov didn't care if she survived this battle. She was disposable. Just another weapon in his arsenal. Right now, she was tearing herself apart just to kill him. And that pissed Tony off. All right, enough of this bullshit, he muttered. He shifted tactics. Instead of fighting back, he focused on analyzing her movements. The cracks in her armor. The tremors in her arms from overexertion. The microseconds where her body hesitated. Little moments where her real self was struggling against the control. He saw his opening. When she lunged again, he sidestepped at the last second, grabbing her wrist and twisting. Using her own momentum, he flipped her over and slammed her into the ground, hard enough to rattle the steel floor. Then, before she could recover, he tore the earpiece straight out of her helmet. Sparks flew as the device shattered in his grip. A small burst of red static crackled in the air before flickering out. Melina's body twitched violently. She gasped, her muscles convulsing as if an electric shock had just ripped through her nervous system. Her fingers twitched, her breathing ragged. Tony quickly poured his nanites into her body. Do it, he ordered his AI. It took a few seconds to undo the brainwash and remove the serum's effect from her body. Tony knelt beside her, scanning her vitals. Melina? He asked cautiously. She groaned, her head rolling to the side. Her voice was hoarse. What happened? Tony let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. You got brainjacked by Dreykov, he explained. I just hit the off switch. Her eyes flickered with recognition, then with something else. Rage. That bastard, she whispered, pushing herself up, despite the pain. She looked at the shattered earpiece in his palm. He was controlling me. Yeah, and I'm guessing that wasn't a gentle override. Tony pointed at the burns on her temple. He nearly fried your brain. Melina clenched her fists. Her whole body trembled, not from weakness, but from anger. Tony exhaled and stood up. Look, we can keep punching each other, or you can help me finish this. Your call. Don't waste this chance. Melina was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. Phew. Finally, Tony grinned. Good choice. She stood, shaky but steady, and turned toward the upper level leading to Dreykov's office. He's still up there. Tony nodded. Yeah, and I think it's time we paid him a visit. Melina's fingers twitched. I want to kill him. Tony smirked. Get in line. Together, they strode toward the final battlefield. Dreykov's reign was about to end. The reinforced steel doors were ahead, a final barrier between Tony, Melina, and the architects of the Red Room's horrors. The command center beyond was Dreykov's last refuge, his final stronghold. He was cornered, and he knew it. This time his scanners worked, and he was able to pinpoint those inside the room. Thanks to the Red Room system under his control, he was able to get the data on the remaining members inside the room, and well, they were all there. Tony flexed his fingers, his suit humming with power. Let's knock. Melina didn't wait. She raised her gauntlet and fired, but the blast barely dented the thick metal. Tony smirked. Not bad. Now watch this. He raised his right hand, the nanites shifting and forming a cutting torch. White-hot plasma ignited at his fingertips. He pressed his palm against the massive door and dragged it downward. The metal screamed, glowing molten red as it liquefied under the extreme heat. Within seconds, the steel sagged and dripped onto the floor like melted wax. Melina stepped back, watching in silent awe. Damn! With one final push, Tony punched through the weakened door. It crumbled inward, revealing the command center beyond. And the monsters inside. The Red Room's puppeteers. The air inside was thick with tension. The high-ranking officials of the Red Room stood gathered around a massive conference table, their expressions ranging from fear to cold calculation. At the far end, standing was Madame B, the cruel overseer of the Red Room's indoctrination program. Her eyes were sharp and unshaken despite the destruction surrounding her. She simply clasped her hands behind her back and observed. To her left stood Orphan Maker, the Red Room's specialist in eliminating liabilities. A woman in a jet-black combat suit, her silver hair framing her face. Unlike the others, her expression wasn't one of defiance. She looked resigned, as if she had expected this moment. Beside her, standing rigidly, was Yelena Belova, Natasha's sister. Her green eyes were void of recognition, her stance unnaturally stiff. Tony's HUD confirmed what he already suspected. Subject: Yelena Belova. Status: brainwashed, neurochemical override detected. Tony clenched his jaw. Of course. Bastard. And then, to the right, standing closest to Dreykov, was Vasily Karpov, one of the key architects of the Red Room's most brutal training regimens. He was a thick, scarred man. His uniform looked that of a commando, ready to fight. He sneered at them, completely unfazed. Dreykov himself stood in the center, gripping the edge of the table. His face was a mask of rage and desperation. His empire was gone, and he knew it. Tony took a slow step forward. Well, the rat's nest is full tonight. Dreykov's lip curled. You think this is over? He hissed. Melina answered by shooting Vasily Karpov in the head. Bang! The shot echoed through the chamber. Blood sprayed across the wall as Karpov's body hit the floor with a heavy thud. Madame B barely blinked. Orphan Maker flinched but said nothing. Yelena didn't react at all. Tony let out a low whistle. Damn, Melina. No warning. She reloaded her pistol. Didn't deserve one. Tony wasn't about to argue. Karpov was a monster. The things he had done to the trainees, the unspeakable conditioning to endure all situations, there was no place for him in any prison. Dreykov barely reacted to the sudden execution. Instead, he sneered. That's all you are, Melina. A dog trained to kill on command. Melina's hand tightened around her gun, but Tony raised a hand. Ignore him, he said casually. He's just mad we crashed his little dictatorship. Then he turned to Orphan Maker. She sighed, rubbing her temple. Let me guess. You're going to kill me next. Tony studied her. Unlike the others, she wasn't brainwashed or under their control. You're not brainwashed, Tony noted. She nodded. No, I was never one of Dreykov's fanatics. Just a survivor. Melina raised her gun. You killed my girls. Orphan Maker didn't flinch. I did. I had no other choice. They got my family. Tony caught her lies instantly. She doesn't have a family according to the Red Room's records, and she just made that up on the spot. Next was the fact that this version of Orphan Maker was different from the lunatic Tony knew. This one's name is Anya, an alternate version. She could be an asset in the future. and he also didn't get the sense she was here to fight. "Let me walk away," she said. "I'm done with this place." Melina scoffed. "Like hell." She aimed her pistol. Tony stopped her. "Fine." Melina turned to him, eyes narrowing. "What?" Tony shrugged. "This ain't her fault." He turned back to Orphan Maker. "You can go." He released a couple of nanites. The invisible nanites went into her bloodstream without her realizing. Now, he should be able to keep track of her and use her when the time comes. Orphan Maker exhaled in relief. She gave him a curt nod before slipping through the melted doorway and disappearing into the corridors. Melina scowled. "We should have shot her." "Maybe," Tony admitted, "but I prefer knowing where the wolves go." Dreykov's lips curled into a sneer. "Yelena, kill them." Tony had already anticipated that. Before Dreykov could even finish his sentence, Tony deployed his nanites. Although he was running low, he had no other choice. He simply couldn't afford another battle in that cramped room without killing them all. The microscopic machines surged forward in an invisible cloud, swarming Yelena before she could move. Her body tensed. A sharp intake of breath. Then her eyes fluttered, and she collapsed to the floor. Subject: Yelena Belova. Status: temporarily neutralized. Neural repair in progress. Tony exhaled. Good. One less problem. Dreykov's face twisted in shock. "What did you do?" Tony tilted his head. "Oh, fixed your little brainwashing experiment. She'll wake up soon, but without your bullshit messing with her head." Melina stepped forward, gun raised. "You're next." Dreykov took a step back, but Tony moved first. His nanites shot out again, this time targeting Dreykov and the remaining Red Room officials. In an instant, their limbs locked up, their bodies stiffening as the nanites paralyzed their hands and legs. Dreykov's expression twisted in rage as he struggled against the invisible force holding him still. "You think this little trick means you've won? Crap. My body feels like a slug. Che." Tony walked over and casually plopped himself onto a chair, exhaling as he stretched his arms. "Oh, I don't think. I know." He glanced at his HUD. His nanites were running dangerously low, and his suit was still damaged. He was out of overdrive mode, and if another fight broke out, he wouldn't be able to sustain another drawn-out battle. "Gotta wrap this up." He steepled his fingers and looked at the restrained officials. "All right, let's skip the usual. I'm not going to talk routine and get straight to business. Where are Madame Hydra's eyes?" Silence. Madame B stared at him with unwavering coldness. Vasily Karpov was already dead. That left Dreykov, Madame B, and the other lesser officials, all glaring at him with defiance. Tony sighed. "Yeah, I figured you'd be stubborn." He turned his helmet slightly toward Melina. "Want to do the honors? Get some stress relief in while keeping them alive?" He made sure to record everything. Melina's grip on her pistol tightened. She took a step forward. Dreykov's expression faltered for the first time. "Melina!" Crack. The butt of her gun smashed into his face. Blood splattered across the floor as Dreykov's nose broke, his head snapping to the side. Madame B remained expressionless. Tony watched, letting Melina take the lead. His suit was already working in the background, his last remaining nanites focusing on self-repairs. His armor shifted subtly as systems recalibrated. Melina grabbed Dreykov by his collar, dragging him forward so he was inches from her face. Her voice was ice. "For decades, you made us your weapons. You stole us, used us, turned us into monsters." Dreykov spat blood onto the floor. "And you were my best creation." Melina didn't hesitate. She pressed the barrel of her gun against his kneecap and pulled the trigger. Bang! Dreykov screamed. His leg jerked violently, but the nanites kept him locked in place, preventing him from moving or passing out. Tony leaned back in his chair. "See? This is why you should have just answered the question." His body ached all over, and as usual, his brain was already overworking, analyzing the flaws in his suit and how to fix them. TSK. To think, despite vibranium nanites, I'd suffer so much damage. A design flaw? No, it's the lack of vibranium. Gotta get my hand on some more vibranium. Wakanda or somewhere else. Savage land. Che, so much to do. Dreykov panted, pain racking his body. He glared up at Tony, fury burning in his eyes. You think this will change anything? He rasped. You think burning down the Red Room makes a difference? There will always be another. Tony sighed. Yeah, the whole cut off one head speech. Heard it before. He flicked his wrist, and a thin plasma blade extended from his gauntlet. But here's the thing, you're not Hydra. You're not a goddamn legend. You're just a glorified trafficker who got too comfortable in the shadows. Dreykov's face twisted in rage, but before he could say anything else, bang! Another shot. Melina had shot his other kneecap. Dreykov howled in agony, his body convulsing as he struggled against the nanite paralysis. Tony arched an eyebrow. Damn, you work fast. Melina's breathing was steady, controlled, but Tony could see the fury behind her eyes. Let me kill him. He won't talk anyway. A little patience, my dear. You will get your revenge. Tony turned his attention to Madame B. You want to give us a useful answer before you end up like him? Madame B's lips curled into a thin smile. Do your worst. Tony smirked. I was hoping you'd say that. Melina went over and pressed the hot muzzle of her pistol on Madame B's ear. The room stank of blood, sweat, and the metallic scent of burnt flesh. The screams of the fallen architects of the Red Room reverberated through the steel walls, their agony filling the air like a symphony of suffering. Melina was having a blast, torturing them, just like they tortured countless others. Dreykov's once proud form was barely recognizable. His face was swollen and disfigured, one eye nearly shut from bruising. Blood dripped from where his ears used to be, and jagged wounds were left behind from Melina's blade. His fingers were gone, severed one by one. His toenails had been ripped out, leaving raw, exposed nerves throbbing in unbearable agony. His legs were shattered, knees and ankles smashed beyond repair and twisted at unnatural angles. He had stopped screaming at some point. His body convulsed, reduced to shuddering gasps and strangled moans, his mind teetering on the edge of madness. Tony sat nearby, watching with a detached expression. His fingers moved subtly, manipulating the nanites within Dreykov's system, amplifying his pain receptors beyond human limits. Every pulse of agony was magnified, turned into an all-consuming inferno of suffering. The others hadn't been spared either. Madame B, the cold overseer, had lost both arms, her limbs dangling uselessly as blood poured from the gaping wounds. Her once stoic expression had cracked, her eyes hollow from pain and exhaustion. She will die in a few minutes. Then there were those unlucky surviving agents who by mistake came inside that room. They were guarding the hangar bay. Well, Melina did a number on them. Broken ribs, shattered jaws, limbs twisted and rendered useless. Some had already passed out, their minds unable to withstand the torment. Tony took a deep breath, stretching his arms. Man, I gotta say, you've got a real talent for this. He smirked, glancing at Melina, who was kneeling beside Dreykov with a blade in hand, twirling it absent-mindedly. Ever thought about switching careers? Maybe open a clinic? Call it Melina's Pain and Suffering Spa. Melina didn't respond. She was too focused on her work. Dreykov trembled, his remaining eye rolling wildly in its socket. His lips moved, but no words came out. Tony leaned in, his voice casual. Come on, buddy. You've held out longer than most, I'll give you that. But you and I both know the pain isn't gonna stop. Not until you give me what I want. Dreykov let out a strangled sob, his breath hitching. Stop. His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. Tony smiled. Oh, ready to talk. Dreykov's lips trembled. I'll tell you. Melina grabbed his shattered hand and squeezed. Dreykov let out a horrific wail as fresh pain lanced through his ruined nerves. Talk fast, Melina said coldly. Dreykov gasped, barely clinging to consciousness. We recovered something, an AI, from a Hydra bunker beneath the Arctic Ocean. His breaths were ragged, ancient, but somehow powerful enough to enter our modern network. We have completely isolated it from the network system. Tony's eyes sharpened. Idrai? You mean Zola? Dreykov gave a weak nod, his head lolling to the side. Zolai. That's what it said. Madame Hydra's eyes. They were the key to accessing the bunker. He coughed violently, blood splattering onto the floor. The AI? It's here. Inside the safe. Beyond that door. He gestured weakly with the stump where his fingers used to be. Tony finally found that prick. Arnim Zola, Hydra's lead scientist. If that AI had fallen into Hydra's hands, it would have been catastrophic. TSK, a hidden wall safe right before my eyes, and I couldn't even see it with my upgraded scanners. Interesting, he wondered. Tony stood up, rolling his shoulders. Well, that's all I needed to hear. He turned to Melina. Dreykov's all yours. Do whatever you want. Melina didn't hesitate. She grabbed Dreykov by the throat, dragging him toward the steel table. His mangled body barely put up resistance. He whimpered. Tony didn't bother to watch. He had more important things to do. He let out a low whistle as his palm pressed against the smooth, cool surface of the vibranium wall. Well, someone went all out, he muttered. No wonder. My scanners failed to detect anything. I guess Nat also carries vibranium suits. That would explain why I couldn't detect her in that Hydra base. Well, his fingers twitched, sending a pulse through his suit. The remaining nanites surged forward, spreading over the surface like liquid mercury. Legion, let's try that beta replication feature. Begin protocol RN. The microscopic machines began to dismantle the vibranium at the molecular level, breaking it down and converting it into more nanites. His arc reactor pulsed, feeding them enough energy to keep up the process without burning out. Legion answered in his earpiece. Nanite replication is at 67%. Estimated breach time, 2 minutes. Everything is stable. Tony leaned back, watching the metal slowly disintegrate. Gotta love self-replicating tech. As the nanites worked, he spared a glance over his shoulder. Dreykov's screams had turned guttural, raw. Melina was efficient, methodical, and enjoying herself. Tony had no sympathy to spare. The bastard deserved worse. A dull clang echoed as the last layer of vibranium crumbled. Tony stepped forward, entering the hidden chamber beyond. The air was stale, thick with dust and time. Flickering overhead lights cast eerie shadows over the cold, metallic room. They pulled out the entire room and placed it here. These numbskulls kept a ticking time bomb here. At the center stood an old computer terminal, ancient by modern standards. A thick monitor, a rusted keyboard, and blinking green text on a dark screen. Nearby, a robotic frame stood slumped against the wall. It was humanoid in shape, its joints stiff, its plating dull with age. Tony stepped toward the terminal, brushing off a layer of grime. The text flickered.
Zola _basso 64.
Isolated system. Authorization required. A distorted voice crackled from an unseen speaker. Who are you? The voice was warbled, robotic, and confused. Tony smirked. Guess you never got the Hydra update memo, huh? His fingers flew over the keyboard. He didn't need to brute force his way in since Zola was old, his programming rigid and predictable. Outdated encryption detected. Weak firewall. Rewriting core pathways now. Lines of code flashed. Tony inserted a new command, overriding Zola's base functions. The AI stuttered. Error. Unauthorized access. Override detected. Yeah. Shut up, Tony muttered. His hands moved with precision, bypassing the last security layer. Kill switch engaged. Deleting core processes. The screen flashed red. The robotic frame twitched violently, then fell still. Zola's voice stammered. His once calculating tone now panicked.
No.
You cannot. Static. Then silence. Tony exhaled, stepping back. And that's how you delete a Nazi in under 30 seconds. The terminal shut down completely. The old robot remained lifeless. Zola was gone. For good. Tony dusted off his hands and stepped out of the hidden chamber, rolling his shoulders as his nanites dissolved the last traces of Dreykov's vault door. He absorbed them back, and his suit was back at near full capacity. He glanced at Melina, who was finishing her work. Dreykov was dead. His body lay twisted and mutilated, a lifeless husk on the cold steel floor. His mouth was still frozen in a scream, but no sound would ever come from it again. Madame B was slumped against the far wall, her once imposing form reduced to a bloodied, broken shell. Her eyes, which had always been cold and calculating, were now vacant. Melina stood over them, breathing heavily. Blood stained her gloves, but her expression was unreadable. Tony gave her a nod. Feeling better? Melina wiped her hands on her tattered suit, exhaling. Not yet. Tony smirked. Give it a minute. A groan caught their attention. Yelena. She was stirring, her body twitching as she slowly regained consciousness. Tony checked his HUD. His nanites had finished purging the neurochemical conditioning from her system. She was free. Yelena sat up, blinking in confusion. Her green eyes darted around the room, taking in the carnage. Then she saw Melina. What happened? She muttered, clutching her head. Where am I? Melina crouched beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. You're safe now, Yelena. The red room is gone. It's over. Yelena's breathing hitched as she processed the words. Gone. She shook her head, disoriented. That's not possible. Tony knelt down, tapping his wrist. A tiny holographic display flickered to life, revealing a detailed scan of the Red Room's infrastructure. Every facility, every base, all marked terminated. Believe it, Tony said. Dreykov is dead. The widows are free. Yelena stared at the hologram, her lips parting slightly. Her hands trembled as she looked at Melina. Is it real? Melina gave her a small, genuine smile. Yes, my child. You're free. For a long moment, Yelena didn't speak. Then, suddenly, she let out a breathless laugh, part relief, part disbelief. She covered her face with her hands, shoulders shaking. We did it? Tony stood up, stretching his arms. Well, I did most of the work, but sure, let's go with we. Yelena glanced up at him, arching an eyebrow. Who the hell are you? Tony smirked. The guy who just saved your ass. Before Yelena could respond, Tony tapped his wrist again, opening a secure line. Let's give your sister the good news. The holographic feed shifted, dialing a direct comms link. After a few seconds, Natasha's face appeared on the screen. Her eyes immediately narrowed. Shtak, what happened? Tony grinned. Hey, Romanov, miss me? Natasha crossed her arms. Not in the slightest. Cold as ever, Tony muttered. Anyway, I figured I'd call with some good news. The Red Room? Gone. Dreykov? Extra crispy. Your sister? Alive and well. Natasha's expression faltered. Yelena? Yelena leaned into the frame. Met? The moment their eyes met, Natasha's breath hitched. For the first time, her usually guarded expression cracked. Yelena, she whispered. Yelena smiled faintly. Hey, cease. Tony stepped back, letting them have their moment. Melina watched silently, her own expression softening as she saw the reunion. Natasha took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Are you okay? Yelena nodded. I think so. She glanced around at the destroyed room. A little sore. Also, I think Stark's an asshole. Tony scoffed. You'd get along great with your sister. Natasha exhaled, shaking her head. I can't believe it's over. It is, Melina confirmed. No more Red Room. No more widows under their control. They're free to make their own choices now. Natasha's eyes softened. Thank you, Melina. And you too, Stark. Tony smirked. Oh, now I get a thank you? That's progress. Well, I hope you remember your promise. Natasha ignored him. What happens now? With Hydra dismantled and the Red Room destroyed, the world unknowingly became a little safer. Natasha and Melina managed to track down the remaining widows, and with Tony's help, they removed the brainwashing. But the battle wasn't over for the widows. They had spent their entire lives being used as weapons, their minds conditioned for obedience, their bodies honed for killing. Freedom was a foreign concept. Tony Stark knew he couldn't just free them and walk away. If left alone, they'd be vulnerable, either to being hunted by remaining operatives or to their own lack of purpose in a world they never truly lived in. So he gave them one. With Natasha and Melina's help, Tony converted one of his off-grid facilities in Malibu into a rehabilitation center. It wasn't luxurious, not at first, but it was safe, quiet, and hidden from the world. The widows needed time to break free from the ghosts of their past. Melina handled their psychological recovery, helping them unlearn their Red Room conditioning. Natasha trained them not as assassins but as individuals, teaching them how to fight for themselves, not for a mission. Tony? He handled everything else. Food, shelter, security, and everything else they needed. But after months of hard work, they started to change. They laughed more. Some started picking up hobbies. Others dreamed of lives beyond the battlefield. For the first time in decades, they were human again. Then Tony gave them a choice. For those who had families and a home to return to, he helped them get there safely. New identities, financial support, anything they needed to start over. But for those who had nowhere to go, he offered them something new. Tony gathered the remaining widows, now fully rehabilitated, and laid out his vision. You're free now. No more missions, no more handlers, no more control. But the world is still broken. Red Room and Hydra are gone. But I promise you, they were just symptoms of a bigger disease. They listened, silent but attentive. Tony pulled out the footage and records of the ongoing threats. New threats are popping up everywhere. Rogue mutants, superhumans, criminals using stolen Hydra tech, and black market weapons from sources we don't even understand yet. S.H.I.E.L.D. stuck up with their old ways of dealing with things. They won't be able to stop everyone. As for the government, I doubt I need to tell you something you already don't know. He paused, scanning their faces. Some looked intrigued, others hesitant. With my technology and your experience, we could do a hell of a lot of good. Real good. We don't answer to anyone. We don't officially or unofficially exist. We will be the ghost taking out the trash from the shadows and, well, something in the light. Then came the choice. Join him. Help build something new. A team that doesn't answer to any government. A team that prevents the next Hydra before it even begins. Or walk away. He would fund new lives for them, normal jobs, apartments, everything they'd need to be regular people. No hard feelings. No guilt. Just freedom. The result? About 60 widows chose to stay. Not out of loyalty to Stark, but because they believed in his vision. Because, for the first time, they had a choice. And with that, Tony Stark took the first step toward building something the world had never seen before. Tony decided to put them to work according to their specialty. He started helping some of them with their new interest in technology and medicine. Then some showed interest in logistics, management, and all the miscellaneous fields that are required to operate a big team or company. He decided to help them all. It would take time, but if they can master these new areas, then they will be of huge help in the future. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, while he was working on the widow's recovery, Tony wasn't just sitting still. He had bigger plans that stretched far beyond just one team. The island, Howard kept his promise. Tony now had a classified, off-the-grid island outside any government's jurisdiction. He named it Horizon, a sanctuary for research and operations. Arc reactor advancement. Tony made 2 giant arc reactors, one to power up his new facility, and the other sent to his father to power the main Stark Industries facility. Well, he made sure to add multiple failsafe and security measures just in case. Medical breakthrough number 1. The anatomy mapping device. Tony's first public breakthrough would be a game-changer for doctors and surgeons. A compact handheld scanner that could map out the entire human or animal anatomy in real time. He mainly made it for himself but decided to make it public soon. How it works. Small Blue Diamond uses nano-imaging technology to scan a body in seconds. Small Blue Diamond detects diseases, tumors, organ failures, or genetic abnormalities before symptoms appear. Small Blue Diamond removes the need for MRIs, CT scans, biopsies, and multiple invasive tests. Small Blue Diamond helps surgeons plan complex procedures with microscopic precision. The impact: Small Blue Diamond early detection of diseases like cancer, aneurysms, or genetic defects. Small Blue Diamond revolutionizes emergency medicine. Paramedics could diagnose and treat injuries instantly. Small Blue Diamond eliminates medical errors and unnecessary procedures. For the world, it would be the first real step toward preventative medicine, rather than just treating diseases too late. Medical breakthrough number 2. Perfect prosthetics. Merging flesh and machine. The second breakthrough was even more radical, but Tony knew it was the future. The problem with prosthetics. Small Blue Diamond current prosthetics are stiff, unnatural, and lack real sensation. Small Blue Diamond neural implants made by Hammer Tech exist, but they're risky, expensive, and require brain surgery. And we were banned after only 2 months when multiple patients died. Small Blue Diamond, the human body rejects foreign materials, making integration difficult. Many tried but failed. In the end, they gave up. So Tony fixed all of that. The bio-nanite prosthetics. Small Blue Diamond instead of mechanical prosthetics. Tony's bio-nanites heal the dead nerves and cells and fuse living flesh with cybernetics seamlessly. Small Blue Diamond, no need for brain implants or electrodes. The prosthetic interfaces directly with the body's nervous system. Small Blue Diamond users regain full sensation, touch, temperature, even pain, if needed. Small Blue Diamond adaptive structure. The prosthetic grows with the user, adjusting to muscle movements naturally. The impact: Small Blue Diamond amputees can feel again. No more phantom limb syndrome. Small Blue Diamond soldiers, accident victims, and even disabled children can live normal lives. Small Blue Diamond redefines assistive technology, not just replacing limbs, but enhancing them. For the first time, people wouldn't just replace lost limbs, they'd get something better. Tony also thought about the impact of his invention. It's good and world-changing, yeah, but the usual pain in the ass. Governments would try to weaponize bio-nanites, using them for military augmentation. Pharmaceutical and medical companies would suppress it. Heck, Hammer Industries will definitely try something funny. And after the botched job done by Hammer, the public needs time to accept the new cure. Finally, there was S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury. Well, Tony has a plan to deal with them when that time comes. The next step was controlled release. The anatomy scanner would be introduced first. It will be marketed as an advanced medical tool. It wouldn't raise suspicion and would slowly prepare the world for what came next. The bio-nanite prosthetics would be tested secretly on soldiers, accident victims, and select patients before being revealed. With his father's help, he should be able to convince those injured people to go through the process. Once the world accepted medical nanites, he'd slowly introduce more advanced applications. The plan was long-term, but it had to be. If Tony played this right, he wouldn't just change medicine, he'd change humanity. Stark's private medical lab. The soft hum of advanced medical equipment filled the lab. Unlike the cold, sterile feel of most hospitals, Tony had designed this place to be warm with subtle lighting, soothing colors, and the faint sound of classical music playing in the background. The walls displayed real-time holographic readouts, scanning Natasha's body down to the molecular level. She lay on the examination bed, her red hair fanned out against the pillow. For once, she wasn't in her usual combat-ready posture. No tension in her shoulders, no hidden knives under the sheets, just stillness. And for once, Tony was the one with sweaty palms. He sat beside her, holding her hand, his thumb brushing over the faint scars on her knuckles. The same hands that had fought, killed, and survived impossible battles. Now resting, trusting him with something that went beyond war. Her future. He exhaled. You know, when I promised to fix this, I didn't actually know how bad it was. The Red Room's procedure was kinda bad. The serum destroyed your reproductive system. But, yeah, it's time. Natasha arched an eyebrow. She caught the tense look on Tony's face that appeared only for a flickering second. Not to mention his sweaty palm in the AC. You? Doubting yourself? That's new. He smirked. Me? Doubt? Never. Just came after sparring with Melina. She is good. Kicked my ass. I think I blacked out in the middle a couple of times. Both of them paused for a moment. Her grip on his hand tightened. I trust you, Tony. His chest tightened for a moment. He looked at her, not the assassin, not the widow, just Natasha, a woman who had been denied the choice of motherhood before she even knew what it meant. And he was about to give it back to her. His voice softened. Okay, let's do this. Tony also made a couple of suits and other things, which you'll see in the upcoming chapters. Tony leaned against the counter, arms crossed, watching Natasha as she flexed her fingers, testing herself. The nanites had done their job flawlessly, better than even he had expected. But the truth was, he could have done this 2 years ago. He had the technology, the knowledge, and the means to fix her back then. But he didn't completely trust her. Not at first. Not entirely. It wasn't just Natasha. It was everyone. Tony played the long game. Trust? That had to be earned. Back then, she was still an agent. Still, someone trained to lie, manipulate, and kill without hesitation. He wasn't about to hand her something so personal, so irreversible without knowing she was truly on his side. So he waited, watched, tested her loyalty not just to him but to herself. And after 2 years of watching her rebuild the widows, stay out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reach, and fight for her own cause, he finally chose to keep his promise. Because now he needed her trust. Natasha exhaled, rubbing her stomach absently. She was nervous, and he could tell from her expression. You're thinking too much, Tony said, his voice light, but there was an edge beneath it. She shot him a dry look. Can you blame me? This isn't just fixing a broken arm, Stark. This changes everything. Yeah, well, welcome to my world. He shrugged. One invention at a time, and suddenly, the world's a whole different place. Natasha went quiet for a moment. Then, she turned to him, eyes sharp. Why now? Tony barely blinked. Of course, she'd ask. Because you deserved it, he said simply. Partial truth. Just enough honesty to make her believe it. She studied him for a long moment, her gaze too damn perceptive for his liking. Then she let out a slow exhale, nodding. All right, he smirked. Wow, that's it? No interrogación? No sreds. Natasha crossed her arms. Would it change anything? Not really, Tony admitted. She scoffed. Exactly. Silence hung between them. Then, Natasha leaned against the examination bed, her voice softer. You think I don't know what you're doing? Tony raised an eyebrow. Enlighten me, widow. She tilted her head. You could have done this 2 years ago. I know that. He didn't flinch. Maybe. You waited, she continued. Not because you were busy, not because you didn't know how, but because you wanted to see if I was worth the investment. Tony smirked. Sounds like something I'd do. She stared at him. You don't trust people easily. His smirk didn't fade. Can you blame me? Natasha's lips pressed into a thin line. No, I can't. She understood. Of course she did. Because if their roles were reversed, if she had been in his position, she would have done the exact same thing. Tony saw the realization flicker across her face, and for the first time in a long while, there was no hostility in her eyes. No resentment. No anger. Just understanding. He gave her a lazy grin. So, still mad? Natasha exhaled, shaking her head. No. Just annoyed I didn't see it sooner. Tony laughed. That's the best compliment I've gotten all week. She rolled her eyes but didn't argue. And just like that, the tension dissolved. Trust wasn't just given. It was earned. And tonight, Tony Stark and Natasha Romanoff finally earned each other's. Tony took a slow breath, rolling the vial between his fingers. The liquid inside shimmered like molten silver, the nanites swirling in controlled chaos. This wasn't just medicine, it was a full-body rewrite. The nanites will remove all her genetic modifications, including the watered-down version of SSS, and heal her completely. And it was going to hurt. A lot. As for the SSS, well, let's just say that he managed to create something better, thanks to the data he collected from the widows over the years. A perfect SSS fused with egg serum. He glanced at Natasha, who was still watching him with that unnerving, steady gaze. She was calm and composed because she didn't fully understand what was about to happen, and she trusted Tony. "All right, widow," Tony said, shaking the vial. "This is it. No turning back once I inject this. You sure you want to do this?" Natasha arched an eyebrow. "After everything I've been through, you think I'm scared of a little pain?" Tony exhaled through his nose. "Yeah, see, that's the thing. This isn't just pain." He turned the vial, letting the nanites catch the light. "Your body's been through hell. The Red Room didn't just sterilize you. They rewrote your biology and evolved you through their faulty watered-down serums. They burned that into your DNA." Natasha's expression didn't change, but he saw the slight clench of her jaw. "And now," Tony continued, "I'm about to overwrite all of that. These nanites aren't just going to fix you. They will remove all those modifications and enhancements and put you back together the way you were supposed to be." Natasha tilted her head slightly. "And," Tony sighed, "and because of how deep the damage goes, I can't give you anything for the pain. Plus, you will lose your enhanced body. You will become a regular human." That caught her off guard. He saw it in the slight flicker of her eyes. "No anesthetics?" she asked. She didn't care if she'd become a regular human. All she cared about was healing what was taken from her. Tony shook his head. "No painkillers, no numbing agents, nothing. Since your body will go through a full healing process, well, nothing will work. Even if I give you something to suppress the pain, the nanites will think of it as a foreign agent and simply remove it." Silence. Tony watched as Natasha absorbed his words. Her expression didn't change, but he could see the gears turning. Then, she nodded once. "I can handle it." Tony let out a short, humorless laugh. "You think you can, but you've never felt this kind of pain before." Natasha didn't blink. "I've been tortured, burned, had my bones shattered, my body torn apart, and my mind wiped. I know pain, Stark." Tony held her gaze. "Not this one. A challenge." Her lips twitched slightly, but there was no amusement in it. "We'll see." Tony exhaled. "Yeah, we will." He pulled out the injection gun and loaded the vial into the chamber. It wasn't a normal syringe. This was high-pressure molecular delivery, designed to inject the nanites directly into her bloodstream. "Last chance," Tony said, positioning the injector against her neck. "Say the word, and we walk away." Natasha smirked. "Do it." Tony pressed the trigger. The pain begins. The nanites surged into her bloodstream in an instant. For a single, blissful second, there was nothing. Then, fire. Not like a burn. Not like anything human. It was like being ripped apart from the inside out, every nerve in her body igniting all at once. Her muscles locked, her spine arched violently, and her breath was stolen before she could even scream. Tony grabbed her shoulders, holding her down as her body convulsed against the medical bed. His sensors were already lighting up. Warning. Extreme nervous system overload detected. Pain threshold exceeding 95%. He gritted his teeth. "Shit, hold on, Nat." Her fingers clawed at the sheets, knuckles white, her nails digging deep into the fabric. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her pulse skyrocketing to dangerous levels. Tony had seen pain before. He had felt pain before. But this was something else. The nanites were tearing through her cells, breaking down the Red Room's genetic modifications and reconstructing her true DNA. Every muscle, every nerve ending, every cell was rewriting itself. Her breath hitched. Then, finally, she screamed. A raw, guttural sound ripped from her throat, one she had never made before. Tony didn't flinch. He just held her tighter. "I know," he muttered, voice tight. "I know. Just hold on." The longest minutes of her life. Seconds stretched into eternity. Every part of her body was on fire. Her vision was fractured. Her heartbeat was erratic, but she was still alive. Natasha had endured suffering before, but nothing prepared her for this. This wasn't just pain. This was being unmade. She felt herself breaking apart, piece by piece, her very existence shattered and reassembled by Stark's nanites. Every fiber of her being screamed for relief, for escape, for death. But she didn't beg. She didn't plead. She just survived. Even when her nails cut into her palms. Even when her body spasmed so hard she felt muscles tearing. Even when the world blurred, and she was no longer sure if she was alive or dying. She endured, because she was Natasha Romanoff. And pain had never beaten her before. And then, silence. The nanites finished. The pain faded. Her body collapsed limp against the bed. Her breath ragged. Her heart hammering against her ribs like a war drum. Tony finally let go of her arms, exhaling. "Jesus," he muttered. "You still with me?" Natasha couldn't speak. Not yet. Her vision swam. Her body was exhausted. But she felt different. Lighter. Whole. Alive. Slowly, she turned her head toward Tony, her throat raw. "That," she swallowed, "was worse than you described." Tony snorted. "Told you." She let out a weak laugh. It was barely more than a breath, but it was real. Tony scanned her vitals, nodding in satisfaction. "Well, congrats, Romanoff. You survived." She shifted, testing her fingers, then her arms. Every part of her body felt new. No residual pain, no lingering damage, nothing. She was healed, entirely. She let out a slow, shuddering breath. "It's over." Tony smirked. "It's done. You're officially at full factory reset." Natasha stared at the ceiling, letting those words sink in. Then, she did something unexpected. She reached out, still weak, still trembling, and took his hand. Tony blinked, caught off guard. No words, no jokes, just gratitude. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. And then, finally, Natasha whispered, "Thank you, Tony." Tony squeezed her hand once before letting go. Yeah, just don't get all sentimental on me." She closed her eyes, exhaling. "No promises." He chuckled. "Figures." And just like that, the impossible had been done. She was whole again. And this time, her future was truly hers. Tony had let go of Natasha's hand a while ago, but she hadn't moved much since then. She just lay there, processing. Tony glanced at the holographic monitors, reading her vitals. Heart rate stable, neural activity normal, cellular regeneration complete. Everything checked out. She was fine, physically at least, but that wasn't what concerned him. He pulled up a chair and sat beside her.
All right. Naturvidenskabelig.
"As much as I love sitting here in comfortable silence, we should probably talk." Natasha's eyes flickered open, sharp as ever. "About what?" Tony leaned back, gesturing lazily. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that you just had every enhancement stripped from your body and rewired at the cellular level? That's kind of a big deal. So, how do you feel?" She took a deep breath, slowly flexing her fingers, testing her body again. She had done it a dozen times already, as if confirming that she was really herself. "Feels different," she admitted. Tony leaned forward. "Different how? Bad different. Good different." Natasha considered that for a moment. "Neither. Just different." Tony nodded, half expecting that answer. "Yeah, that tracks. Look, I don't expect you to just hop out of bed and start doing backflips. Your body's been running on enhancements and Red Room mods for decades. Now, you're normal. a regular, normal human. And it's gonna take time to adjust. Natasha gave him a look. You're telling me to rest. Wow, you do listen, Tony said dryly. Yeah, rest. Take it easy. Eat some soup. Drink some juice. Your muscles need to relearn how to work without enhancements. Your reflexes will feel sluggish. You might even feel weaker than you remember. It's all in your head, but still, take the damn time to let your body adjust. She frowned, shifting slightly, like she wanted to prove she could get up. Tony sighed and held up a hand. Look, I know you. If I turn my back, you'll probably try to walk out of here and act like nothing's changed. But trust me, Nat, you'll notice the difference. The fact that you're still lying there proves it. Natasha exhaled slowly, staring up at the ceiling. I'm fine. Her body felt sluggish. Tony gave her a pointed look. Aha, and I'm the king of the 7 seas. She smirked slightly. You'd look good in a jeweled coat and a crown. Obviously, Tony said, smirking back. Then his voice softened. But seriously, Romanoff, you good? Natasha hesitated, and that was rare. She wasn't the kind of person to hesitate, but right now, she wasn't sure how to define what she was feeling. Tony saw it, and his voice dropped lower. Gentler. Do you regret it? Natasha blinked, caught off guard. What? Your decision, Tony clarified. Do you regret it? Losing your enhancements? Becoming this? He gestured vaguely toward her. A regular human. Natasha didn't answer right away. She couldn't. For so long, she had been something else, engineered, modified, honed into a perfect weapon. Faster, stronger, deadlier. Now, she was just Natasha Romanoff. No enhancements. No genetic modifications. Just her. She pressed a hand against her stomach again. The same place where, for years, she had carried the permanent weight of what had been done to her. The weight of what was stolen. Now, for the first time since she was a child, that weight was gone. And even if she felt weaker, even if she had to relearn herself, even if she was no longer what she used to be, she was finally free. Her fingers curled slightly. No, she said softly. Then, with more certainty, no, I don't regret it. Tony watched her for a moment, then nodded. Good. They sat in silence for a while. Then, Natasha let out a quiet breath. It's strange. What is? She shifted slightly, rolling her wrist. For the first time in my life, I'm not someone's weapon. Tony tilted his head, a slow smirk forming. So what now, then? You gonna retire? Start a cat rescue? Take up yoga? Natasha gave him a tired smile. As I've promised before, I belong to you. So, I don't know. You tell me. Tony chuckled. Fair enough. So, I want you to do whatever you want. No pressure. She went quiet again, then murmured, I think I just want to figure out who I am. Without all of it. Tony's smirk faded into something softer. Then take the time to do that, Romanoff. No ruse. She nodded, letting her eyes drift shut. Her body still ached, and her muscles felt foreign. But for once, she wasn't afraid of what came next. For once, she had time, and she was going to use it. Tony stretched his arms and stood up. All right, you rest. I'll be here monitoring things, making sure you don't spontaneously combust or something. Natasha didn't open her eyes. You'd miss me too much if I did. Tony waved his hand. Yeah. Just shut up and sleep, widow. She hummed in response, already half asleep. And for the first time in a long time, Natasha Romanoff slept without nightmares. Noon. Training ground. The widows were sparring, running drills, and testing weapons. Tony strolled onto the field, hands in his pockets, surveying the scene. The widows had come a long way. 2 years ago, most of them had only known how to kill. Now, some had found purpose beyond combat, logistics, medicine, engineering, strategy. But for those who chose to stay in the fight, Tony had made sure they were better than ever. As he approached, Melina noticed him and broke away from the group. She walked toward him, her posture as sharp as ever, but with an ease she never had before. "Stark," she greeted, wiping sweat from her brow. "You're up early." Tony smirked. "It's noon, Vostokov. Hate to break it to you, but that's not early." She rolled her eyes. "For you, it is." "Fair point." Tony glanced around. "Looks like they're keeping busy." Melina nodded, following his gaze. "They have to. Even with Red Room gone, the world isn't safe. They know that." Tony crossed his arms. "Yeah, well, at least now they get to choose how they fight." Melina studied him for a moment, then cut to the point. "How's Natasha?" Tony exhaled. "She's good. Out cold for now, but everything went exactly as planned." Melina's lips pressed together, a rare flicker of emotion in her otherwise unreadable expression. "She deserves this," she said after a moment. Tony nodded. "Yeah, she does." They stood in silence for a beat, watching the widows move across the field. Then, Melina turned to him, her voice careful. "If you can heal her, that means you can heal the others too." Tony expected that question. He had been preparing for it. "Yeah," he said. "If they want it, I can erase every single Red Room modification from their bodies. Put them back to full factory settings." Melina's eyes narrowed. "And what would that mean for them?" "They'd be human again," Tony said simply.
No inham sementes, no chemical boss, no artificial upgrades.
"Just them." Melina was quiet. Then she shook her head. "That's not an option." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Really? You sure about that? I thought you guys were all about breaking free from what the Red Room did to you." Melina's jaw tightened. "Freedom isn't the same as weakness, Stark. We were made into weapons, yes, but those modifications make us capable of surviving a world that isn't fair. Humans have limits. And if we're going to follow your vision of a better world, then we need to be better." Tony smirked. He had been waiting for this. He leaned in slightly. "Good, because I have a solution for that too." Melina narrowed her eyes. "Go on." Tony stepped back and stretched his arms dramatically. "So here's the thing. You widows were enhanced using garbage, bad science, watered-down formulas, and rushed procedures. The Red Room played with genetics like a kid with a chemistry set. That's why some of you got different results. Some stronger, some faster, some breaking down sooner than others." Melina crossed her arms. And, Tony continued, "I fixed it." Melina blinked. "What?" Tony grinned. "Oh, come on. You knew I was gonna fix it. It's me. I don't like flawed tech. And right now, you are all running on outdated bootleg enhancements." Melina's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. "What did you do, Stark?" Tony clapped his hands together. "Glad you asked. So, I took the best elements of the super soldier serum, my special spice, and even some stuff from a certain mutant healing factor, blended them together, made a few tweaks, and created something better." Melina's eyes narrowed. "You're saying you made your own version of the Red Room enhancements?" Tony smirked. "No, I made something beyond them. EG's 2.0. No side effects. No forced loyalty. No breakdowns over time. Just pure, stable enhancement. Better reflexes, better endurance, and most importantly, your body stays yours." Melina was silent, processing. Tony's grin widened. "So here's the deal. They can go back to being fully human and heal their body. Then I can give them the serum, the best possible version of themselves. No one will ever control them again. No strings attached." Melina let out a slow breath. "And you're doing this out of the kindness of your heart?" Tony gave her a look. "Come on, you know me. I don't do charity. I do strategy. The world is changing, Melina, faster than anyone realizes. And if we want to stay ahead, we need to be better." Melina held his gaze. Then finally she nodded. "All right, I'll tell them." Tony smirked. "You do that. And when they're ready, tell them to come see me." Melina turned, heading back toward the others. Tony watched as she walked away, already thinking about what was coming next. Because this was just the beginning. As Tony made his way to his suit lab, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was from his father. "Hey, Dad. Please, don't tell me you got stuck on another meeting." Howard chuckled. "Oh no, not this time. I am eager to see your progress in the last 3 years. I'm sure it's extraordinary." Tony hummed in agreement. "Well, I do my best and it pays off. And I hope you also remember what I said back then, right? No government interference, war funding, or using your tech for war." Howard sighed. "Yes, I know. You were very clear. Though I was hoping we could reconsider the latter. After all, there are still threats that require stronger defenses." "We've already gone through this, Dad," Tony sighed. "My technology won't be available for the government or the war. If you or anyone else tries to steal..." "Yeah, I know steal is kind of rude to say, but it's accurate. Anyway, if you or anyone tries to take it, there will be consequences regardless of who you are." "I see," Howard replied with a sigh. "Well, you do you, son. Stick to your beliefs. I'm with you. On that note, considering how we are talking about this again, I am guessing you made something big that the government would like to get their hands on." Tony smirked. "Let's just say it's a surprise. You will see tomorrow." "All right. Oh, I almost forgot. Tony, I need your help with something. I've sent you a formula. See if you can fix it or maybe upgrade it a bit." "I'm sure you can." Tony pulled out his phone and looked at his dad's message. His eyes widened. It was a new version of the super soldier serum, but kind of watered-down version with multiple major flaws. His eyes fell on the hidden encrypted code. It was Hydra's SSS. TSK. Another Hydra agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. HAA. "Dad, how did you get this?" Howard laughed. "It's a surprise. I can't tell that on the phone, son. See you tomorrow." "Yeah, take care, Dad," Tony said. Under the island, Tony walked into his most restricted lab, the one place even Natasha and the widows weren't allowed to enter. It's a big lab that covered hundreds of meters under the island, and it took Tony 7 months to build that place because it wasn't that easy to work underwater while hiding. This was where he worked on the impossible. The doors sealed shut behind him, reinforced with layers of titanium and energy shielding. No one could break in. No one could spy, because what he was building here, it wasn't just for the world. It was for himself. Tony leaned against the cold metal counter, rubbing his temples. The headache was back. It had disappeared years ago after that one conversation. But now, it was creeping in again, stronger than before. And something else had changed. His connection to technology was growing. At first, it was just a feeling, an awareness of the machines around him. But now he could control them, move them with a thought, like a technomancer. He clenched his fists. He knew what was happening. He didn't have much time. Pushing off the headache, he moved inside. Before him were massive monitors, flickering with streams of data, holographic blueprints of a spacecraft hovering in midair. This was it. Project Starfire. The project he had been working on for years. A ship unlike anything on Earth. Not a simple rocket. Not a modified military-grade vehicle. A true deep space vessel, built to withstand the cosmic radiations that no human technology had ever dared to face. Tony exhaled, gripping the edge of the table. His head throbbed, but he pushed it aside. He was too close now. Project Starfire progress so far. Power source. Tony had designed a new arc reactor, capable of supplying unlimited energy to the spacecraft. It would power the ship's engines, weapons, defense systems, and life support, making it completely self-sufficient in deep space. Engine development, 40% complete. The spacecraft's engine was designed to draw power directly from the arc reactor. It would allow long-range space travel without relying on fuel. The challenge now was optimizing its efficiency to withstand high-speed interstellar movement and extreme conditions. Cosmic radiation research. Tony had been studying cosmic radiation absorption and manipulation, testing how it interacted with different materials. Understanding this would be key to future enhancements for both the ship and its crew. Crew selection. He had been monitoring Susan Storm, Johnny Storm, and Ben Grimm. Without Reed Richards, they never reached their full potential. Tony planned to bring them into something far greater. What he still needed, testing ground. The island was too risky. He needed a vast open space, a desert or remote area, where he could build, test, and launch the ship without destroying his base operations. Final engine components. The technology he needed didn't exist yet. He had to build it from scratch, and he needed more resources. Recruitment. The Storms and Ben Grimm didn't know it yet. They were busy working on their own projects. Present time. Tony sat on the chair and resumed working on one of the most crucial parts of his project. The holographic blueprint of the cosmic radiation containment chamber flickered before him, lines of code shifting as he refined its design in real time. This was the key. Cosmic radiation wasn't just dangerous, it was unpredictable. Tony knew that exposure to certain cosmic waves could trigger genetic anomalies, but he wasn't interested in mutations. He wanted control. If he could trap, harness, and weaponize a portion of cosmic radiation, he'd be on the verge of unlocking a new energy source, one that could change the world and bring evolution. But there was a problem. Cosmic radiation didn't behave like any other energy on Earth. It wasn't like electricity, nuclear power, or even gamma radiation. It was something older, rawer, almost alive, which meant he had to build something capable of containing the uncontrollable. Tony rubbed his temples. The headache was worse now. He took out a bottle from his pocket and popped out 2 pills and swallowed it with a bit of water. Then he continued to focus on the task. The cosmic radiation containment chamber progress. Energy field stabilization completed. Tony created a customized force field matrix, capable of shifting between different frequencies to contain cosmic radiation without breaking. This would allow controlled exposure instead of full-blown disaster. Vibranium alloy shielding concept phase. Lack of vibranium. Quantum energy dampeners concept phase. If cosmic radiation had unpredictable energy surges, he needed something to neutralize those spikes before they could destroy the containment field. AI-controlled adjustments, 70% complete. The chamber would need an AI smarter than any existing system to predict radiation shifts before they happen. Hermes and Elena were advanced, but Tony was already upgrading the AIs even further. 10 p.m. The blue glow of holographic displays flickered across Tony's face as he stared at the intricate schematics of the cosmic radiation containment chamber. His fingers twitched slightly, subconsciously adjusting the design in real time. He barely noticed. His mind was running on overdrive, pushing through exhaustion as usual. Then his comms beeped. Yelena, stark. It's 10 p.m. Get your ass up here. You need food. Tony blinked, his gaze flicking to the time display on one of the screens. 4 p.m. Hadn't it just been 6 p.m.? He sighed, running a hand through his hair before responding. Tony, I'm in the middle of something. Yelena, I don't care. You can science yourself to death later. Eat first. Tony, I'm fine. Yelena, really? Because according to your biometric monitor, your stress levels are spiking, your heart rate is slightly elevated, and I bet you haven't taken a proper breath in the last 5 minutes. Tony rolled his eyes. He forgot that Yelena still had access to his vitals. He gave her that access a year ago after she wouldn't shut up about how he had the habits of a gremlin, and he needed someone to keep an eye on his health other than his AI. Now she used it against him. Yelena, get here, now. Tony exhaled through his nose. She wasn't going to let this go. Tony, fine. Yelena, good. Also, I made dinner. If you don't show up, I'll feed it to the widows instead. Tony, bribery? Really? Yelena, I learned from the best. Tony snorted. All right, that was fair. Shutting down the console, he stretched, rolling his stiff shoulders. His body protested the sudden movement. He had been sitting for way too long. He reached for his pills again, pausing just as he popped the cap open. Then, with a sigh, he put the bottle back down. No, not now. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, He turned toward the elevator leading up to the main facility. Flashback, 2 years ago. Training facility, midnight. Tony barely dodged a strike aimed at his ribs. Yelena moved like a viper. Fast, precise, and hard. Tony twisted, bringing up his gauntlet to block her next hit. But she faked left and swept his legs out from under him. He hit the mat hard. "Ow," he muttered, staring up at the ceiling. Yelena stood over him, smirking. "You're slow, Stark." Tony groaned, sitting up. Yeah, I'm a genius, not a ninja." She crossed her arms. "Then why are we doing this?" Tony pushed himself up, rolling his sore shoulder. "Because you're the only one who doesn't treat me like glass." And that was the truth. Natasha and Melina were too careful around him. The widows respected him, but none of them pushed him. Yelena didn't hold back. She scoffed. "So what? You want to get your ass kicked for fun?" Tony smirked. "I call it practical education. Can't always rely on the suit, can I now?" Yelena shook her head, muttering in Russian, before dropping into a fighting stance again. "Fine. But if you pass out, I'm not carrying you back." Tony rolled his neck. "I'll have Hermes call Natasha then." "TSK. Don't call her. I'll carry you," she muttered under her breath. "Huh? You said something?" he asked. "Yeah. You better be ready for another hour of ass kicking." She cracked her knuckles. And just like that, the first of many midnight sparring sessions began. 6 months later, it started with training, but somewhere along the way it became something else. Yelena was the only person who didn't see him as just Tony Stark. She wasn't impressed by the money, the genius, the legacy. She treated him like a fighter, partner. And for the first time in a long time, Tony felt like someone besides his tech, besides his armor. They trained. They fought. They talked. Not about the mission. Not about the widows. But about stupid things. Favorite movie? Yelena asked one night after pinning him for the 3rd time in a row. Tony exhaled, flat on his back. Star Wars. Empire Strikes Back. Classic. She raised an eyebrow. Nerd. Thanks, he grinned. Yours. She hesitated. Then, quietly, the Iron Giant. Tony blinked. That was unexpected. He tilted his head. Didn't peg you as a big metal robot kind of girl. Yelena looked away, rubbing the back of her neck. She exhaled. I liked the ending. The whole you choose who you want to be thing. Tony's smirk faded, because he got it. She wasn't talking about the movie. She was talking about herself. The conversation stuck with him, because he realized, for the first time, that Yelena wasn't just a trained killer. She was a person still figuring herself out, just like him. 1 year later, Tony had never been great at trust, but somehow, without realizing it, he started trusting Yelena. But he wasn't stupid enough to remove the nanites from her body. Not just in the training room, everywhere. She was the only person who called him out on his bullshit and the only one who noticed when something was wrong. Like the night he collapsed in the lab. His headaches had gotten worse, but he hadn't told anyone. He figured he could handle it. Then, in the middle of running diagnostics, his vision blurred and everything went black. When he woke up, he was in the med bay. And Yelena was sitting next to him, arms crossed, glaring. Are you stupid? She demanded. Tony blinked. Huh. You passed out in your lab, Stark, she snapped. And you didn't tell anyone you were sick? I wasn't sick, he muttered. Just tired. Yelena scoffed. Yeah, well, next time you're just tired. Try not dying on the floor. Tony looked at her. Really looked at her. She was pissed. But beneath that, she was worried. Yelena didn't worry about people, but she worried about him. And that meant something. Thanks for finding me, he said quietly. Yelena rolled her eyes, but he saw the smallest smile. Yeah, just don't make it a habit, genius. Present time, the smell of roasted chicken, garlic bread, and something suspiciously spicy hit Tony the moment he stepped into the dining hall. The room was lively, Widows scattered across the tables, eating, chatting, laughing. It still felt surreal sometimes, seeing them like this normal. They were no longer just soldiers, no longer just weapons created by the Red Room. They had personalities now. Some cracked jokes, some argued over who had the highest kill count, and some were just existing. It was weird, but the good kind of weird. Finally, Yelena's voice cut through the noise. She was leaning against the counter, arms crossed, watching him like a mother hen with a gun. Washington, D.C., Government Defense Convention. The conference hall was packed. Rows of military officials, government representatives, and corporate leaders filled the room, all gathered to witness the unveiling of the next step in national security. High-ranking members of S.H.I.E.L.D. sat at the center, among them Howard Stark and Nick Fury. The massive screen at the front of the room flickered to life, displaying a black and red armored figure, blurry and distorted, flying through the night sky. The grainy footage had been leaked through military channels, and though it was unclear, everyone in the room had heard rumors. Rumors of a highly advanced armored individual operating in secret. A few muttered amongst themselves, "Is that real?" Some say it took out a private rogue military facility last month. Howard remained silent, arms crossed, while Fury sat beside him, watching the footage with his usual serious no-nonsense expression. At the podium, Justin Hammer stood confidently, dressed in an expensive suit, his signature grin plastered across his face. He tapped the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen," Hammer began, his voice dripping with practiced charisma. "We live in a world of unpredictable threats. Superhumans, rogue mutants, enhanced individuals, and let's not ignore the elephant in the room. This mysterious armored vigilante." The murmuring in the crowd grew louder. "Now, sure," Hammer continued, pacing slightly. "The idea of some metal-clad superhero flying around might sound entertaining, even comforting to some. But ask yourselves, who is he? What does he want? Can he be controlled?" Silence. "Exactly." Hammer snapped his fingers, and the massive screen behind him changed, displaying images of sleek, humanoid combat drones, their metallic exteriors reflecting the bright lights of the stage. Introducing the Hammer Autonomous Combat Unit, the future of warfare. There was a ripple of applause from some of the defense contractors in the crowd. Hammer beamed, pressing forward. These AI-driven units are designed to replace human soldiers in combat, eliminating unnecessary casualties and ensuring total efficiency on the battlefield. Another image appeared, showing a simulated battle where Hammer's robots were fighting against human soldiers and winning. Their tactical response time is faster than any human, their accuracy is precise, and best of all, they don't hesitate. They don't question orders. Fury's expression didn't change, but Howard shifted slightly in his seat. "Now, I know what some of you are thinking," Hammer continued, raising a hand. "What about superhumans? What about mutants? What about that tin can vigilante flying around in the shadows?" The screen changed again, this time displaying a simulated battle between Hammer's combat units and enhanced opponents. That's where the true brilliance of this project lies. Our combat AI has been trained to counter enhanced threats. Superhuman strength? Doesn't matter when my bots can analyze weaknesses in real time and strike where it hurts the most. Flight? Energy projection? My AI learns, adapts, and neutralizes before the enemy even gets a chance. Some officials in the crowd nodded in approval. With proper funding, we can deploy these units across the country, ensuring safety and control in an era where unpredictability is a constant threat. Imagine a world where riots, superpowered criminals, and rogue elements are suppressed instantly before they can cause harm. A world where we, the government, are always one step ahead. Norman Osborn, sitting beside General Ross, clenched his fingers. He had remained quiet throughout the presentation, but now there was interest in his eyes. One of the officials, a senior Pentagon advisor, leaned forward. "You're talking about total robotic enforcement? Wouldn't that lead to unnecessary aggression? If these machines act without hesitation, what about collateral damage?" Hammer grinned. Oh, believe me, sir, my team has thought about that. The AI is designed to operate within strict guidelines. No reckless endangerment, no unnecessary violence. Just pure, calculated efficiency. Another official raised an eyebrow. And what about this? He gestured toward the screen displaying the blurry Iron Man footage. Hammer's expression soured slightly before he covered it up with a laugh. Oh, that? Please. Whoever that is, they're outdated compared to my machines. Some rogue tech genius with a fancy prototype? Maybe. But my bots, they're government approved. They work for you, not against you. So why waste time worrying about an unregistered metal vigilante? Once my project is completed, we will take care of this tin can. The officials exchanged glances. Howard Stark, however, remained silent. Nick Fury finally spoke, his deep voice cutting through the noise. So, let me get this straight, Fury said slowly. You want unmanned war machines patrolling the streets? Deciding who's a threat and who's not. Hammer turned toward Fury, giving his best salesman smile. That's the idea. Minimized risk, maximized control. Fury's expression didn't change. Sounds like you're trying to build an army. Hammer chuckled. An army? No, Director Fury, this isn't an army. This is the future. Howard finally spoke, his tone calm but sharp. And who owns this future, Hammer? Howard asked. Hammer paused. Excuse me? Howard leaned forward. Let's say the government funds your little project. Who owns the machines? You? The military? Some private investors? The question hung in the air. Hammer hesitated for half a second, long enough for everyone to notice. Then he recovered. Of course, the United States government would have full control of the units. Howard's eyes narrowed slightly. That so? The murmuring in the crowd hadn't died down. If anything, it was growing louder. The prospect of autonomous war machines patrolling the streets was a controversial one. Some officials looked intrigued, others uneasy. Norman Osborn leaned slightly toward General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross and whispered something under his breath. Ross didn't react immediately. His fingers tapped against the table, his military instincts kicking in. After a moment, he gave the faintest nod, then cleared his throat. Mr. Hammer, Justin Hammer, who had been soaking in the attention, turned toward Ross with a practiced smile. Ah, General Ross, pleasure as always. I was hoping you'd be interested in the future of military technology. Ross ignored the flattery, his voice carrying a commanding presence. Tell me, Hammer, Ross said, his tone measured. What are the chances of your robots being hacked? The room went silent. Hammer blinked, caught slightly off guard. Then he let out a nervous chuckle. Hacked? General, please. These machines operate on an encrypted military-grade AI system, completely secure and— I didn't ask about encryption, Ross interrupted. I asked about chances. What happens if, let's say, someone, a rogue nation, a terrorist cell, or some underground hacker group, manages to override your AI? Hammer's jaw tightened, but he kept up his rehearsed act. General, I assure you. No, don't assure me. Answer me. Ross leaned forward, his eyes cold. Because if someone can hack these machines, we're not looking at a future of peace. We're looking at a goddamn slaughter. Some of the officials shifted in their seats, clearly uncomfortable. Even Norman Osborn smirked slightly, watching Hammer squirm. Hammer exhaled through his nose. Look, I get it. You're concerned. That's fair. But we have contingency plans. Firewalls upon firewalls. Remote shutdown failsafes. These bots are designed to be completely tamper-proof. Hacking them is not an option. Ross arched an eyebrow. Not an option? Nothing is ever impossible, Hammer. Technology is progressing faster each day, and we even have a flying robot around the world, which even our most advanced tech couldn't track or get a clear picture of. You know what that means? That thing or whoever is controlling it must have technology far advanced than ours. And you say unhackable. You're telling me that no one, nowhere, will ever find a way to turn these machines against us. Hammer hesitated for a fraction of a second. and that was all Ross needed. The general turned his gaze toward the rest of the officials. These machines don't have human judgment. If someone gets control of them, they won't stop. They won't hesitate. You're not just talking about replacing soldiers, Hammer. You're talking about replacing decision-making itself. And that's a goddamn problem. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. Hammer forced a grin, clearly annoyed but unwilling to show it. With all due respect, General, you're thinking in extremes. This is about progress, efficiency, power. Howard Stark suddenly spoke, his voice calm but firm. Power without control is a weapon pointed at the wrong people. Hammer snapped his head toward Howard, eyes narrowing slightly. What do you think about this, Mr. Stark? Let's get one thing straight, Hammer, Howard said, his fingers steepled. You're trying to sell us on security, but what you're really offering is a goddamn disaster waiting to happen. Hammer scoffed, shaking his head. Oh, come on, Howard. You, of all people, should understand progress. This isn't about danger. This is about control. Howard's eyes narrowed. Control? You're talking about machines that don't think, don't hesitate, don't understand the context. What happens when one of your autonomous combat units malfunctions and wipes out an entire civilian block because of a miscalculation? What happens if they see a child holding a toy gun and register it as a hostile threat? Some of the military officials shifted uncomfortably. Hammer let out a laugh, but it was strained now, forced. Come on, that's ridiculous. These bots have the best AI programming available. AI isn't human, Hammer. Howard cut him off. AI doesn't improvise. It doesn't feel. It follows a set of pre-programmed rules, and if those rules fail, it doesn't stop to think. Keeps going. Nick Fury, who had been silently watching, finally spoke up. Howard's right, Fury said, his deep voice carrying across the room. These machines aren't soldiers. Soldiers know when to disobey orders. They know when not to fire. What happens when one of these units is given an order that goes against human ethics? Hammer's grin twitched slightly, his confidence faltering for the first time. Like I said, fail-safes. General Ross let out a dry chuckle. Fail-safes? You mean like the ones you had for those prosthetic implants last year? The room went dead silent. Hammer froze. His face lost all color. Ross leaned forward, his presence overwhelming. You remember that, don't you, Hammer? When your cutting-edge prosthetics malfunctioned and ended up killing multiple civilians in less than a month. Because I do. Murmurs spread across the hall. Howard Stark sighed dramatically, shaking his head. Oh yeah, I remember that too. Wasn't it Hammer Industries that said, and I quote, "Our technology is foolproof and completely safe"? Hammer's jaw tightened. That was different. It was an isolated. No, it wasn't. One of the Pentagon officials cut in. The implants failed because your tech was rushed and untested. You put people in danger to make a profit. Another official, a congressman from New York, frowned. And now you want us to trust you with an army of autonomous weapons? Not a chance. The murmurs turned into open conversation. More officials spoke up, voicing their concerns, doubts, and outright opposition. Some even pulled out their own reports on Hammer Industries' past failures. Faulty weapons, botched security systems, and shady dealings with foreign investors. In less than 5 minutes, the entire proposal collapsed. The funding was pulled. Orders were issued to shut the project down immediately. Justin Hammer stood there, his entire face drained of blood, as everything fell apart. Norman Osborn, who had been watching quietly, finally stood up. His expression was unreadable, but the glint of amusement in his eyes was unmistakable. He went to Justin and patted his shoulder. Tough break, Hammer, Norman said with a smirk. Maybe next time, try making something that doesn't backfire in your face. Hammer clenched his jaw, his hands trembling as he watched his biggest opportunity disappear. He would not forget this, and he would not forgive. Justin Hammer's penthouse, midnight. The shattered remains of a 50-inch television lay across the floor, sparks flickering from the broken screen. Justin Hammer stood in the middle of the wreckage, his chest rising and falling with ragged breaths, his hands trembling with anger. Everything had fallen apart. His project, his government funding, his reputation, all because of Howard Stark, all because of Nick Fury, all because of that arrogant bastard Ross. They humiliated him, publicly. They exposed his failures and turned the entire room against him. For years, Hammer had been climbing, waiting for his moment to prove he was more than just the guy in Stark's shadow. He finally had it, a project that would revolutionize warfare, put him ahead of Stark Industries, of everyone. And they killed it before it could even begin. Justin let out a sharp exhale, running a hand through his disheveled hair. His jaw was tight, his teeth grinding together. "They think this is over?" he muttered under his breath, his voice shaking. "No, no, no, no. You don't get to embarrass me and just walk away." He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. His mind raced, filled with thoughts of revenge. Then, ring. A call. The phone on his desk vibrated, the caller ID flashing a familiar number. Hammer froze. He hadn't seen that number in years. His stomach twisted. He almost didn't answer. Almost. Slowly, he picked up the phone and pressed it to his ear. "Took you long enough?" A voice slithered through the speaker, smooth and cold, laced with amusement. "I was starting to think you lost my number." Mandarin. Hammer's grip tightened around the phone. Years ago, Mandarin International collapsed overnight. Their empire was exposed and forced into the shadows once again. Back then, Mandarin had approached Hammer with an offer, an alliance, and Hammer said no. He thought he didn't need them. He thought he could rise to the top on his own. And what could someone who fell do for him? And now he was at the bottom. Justin forced himself to take a breath. "What do you want?" Mandarin chuckled softly. "Not even a hello? No pleasantries? TSK. You wound me, Hammer." Justin wasn't in the mood for games. "I don't have time for your cryptic bullshit. You called me. Why?" There was a pause. Then Mandarin spoke, voice rich with mockery. "I saw the news." Justin's grip on the phone tightened. "Oh, Justin." Mandarin continued, his tone dripping with false sympathy. "How the mighty fall. Your grand project? Dead. Your reputation? In the gutter. And you? Just another embarrassed failure." Hammer's face twisted with rage. "Shut the hell up." Mandarin ignored him. "You should have accepted my offer 2 years ago. We could have avoided this pathetic display. Had we worked together, you would be on top right now, not groveling in the dirt. But you were arrogant. You thought you didn't need me." Justin felt his heart pounding. He wanted to throw the phone across the room, but he forced himself to stay calm. Mandarin continued, his voice smooth as silk. "But I am merciful, and I am patient." There was a pause. Then, "So I extend my hand once more." The words hung in the air. Hammer swallowed hard. He knew Mandarin wasn't offering this out of kindness. Mandarin didn't do kindness. But right now, Justin had nothing, and he wanted everything back. He took a slow breath. "I'll work with you," Mandarin chuckled. "Smart man. But I have conditions." Hammer's voice was sharp, laced with venom. Mandarin hummed in amusement. "Oh? Conditions? How bold of you. Tell me, Justin, what do you want?" Hammer's hands curled into fists. His blood boiled with hatred. "I want Ross dead." Mandarin was silent. "I want Fury dead." Pause. "And I want Howard Stark dead." Mandarin's soft chuckle echoed through the speaker, slow and amused. "Oh, Justin, you really do let your emotions control you, don't you?" Hammer's jaw clenched. "I told you what I want. You're either in or you're out." Mandarin exhaled, as if indulging a child's tantrum. "And I told you before, impatience is an ugly thing in this business. You want Ross dead? You want Howard dead? And Nick Fury?" There was a pause. Then Mandarin laughed. A low, deep, amused laugh, like Justin had just told the funniest joke in the world. Hammer's face twisted with rage. What the hell is so funny? Mandarin sighed, the mirth still in his voice. You really think Fury is an option? That man is untouchable. Hammer blinked. What? Mandarin's tone turned sharp. Do you think the man who sat in that room was really Nick Fury? Do you think the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., one of the most paranoid men on this planet, would show up himself to a public defense meeting where his enemies could get a clean shot? Hammer's stomach twisted. What are you saying? Mandarin chuckled again. I'm saying the Fury you saw was a decoy, a fake, a stand-in. That man has so many shadows walking in his place that even I don't know where the real one is. And if I don't know, he let that sink in. Then you, my dear Justin, have no chance. Hammer's breath was shallow. He hadn't even considered that Fury wasn't really there. But it made too much sense. Mandarin continued. You want to go after Fury? Fine, do it. Watch as he dismantles your entire life before you even realize what's happening. Watch as your friends disappear, your finances crumble, and your name is erased from history. Because that's what happens when you poke Nick Fury. Hammer swallowed hard. So you're saying he's untouchable? Mandarin's smile was almost audible. For now. Hammer inhaled deeply. He couldn't afford another failure. Not again. Fine. Fury was off the table. But Howard and Ross. They humiliated me, Hammer growled. They need to suffer. Mandarin hummed, considering. Yes, they did, didn't they? Hammer tightened his grip on the phone. So do it. Kill them. Mandarin sighed, as if he was dealing with an impatient child. You want them dead? Just like that? A bullet to the head?
Un tragique accident.
He scoffed. How boring. Hammer's fingers twitched. I don't care how you do it. I just want them gone. Mandarin's voice dropped to a low whisper, dangerous and edged with malice. Oh, Justin, you really don't understand true revenge, do you? Hammer frowned. What the hell does that mean? It means, Mandarin said, voice smooth as silk, that death is mercy. You want them to suffer? You want them to understand your pain? Then don't kill them. Hammer's pulse quickened. Then what do you suggest? Mandarin leaned in closer, even through the phone. It felt like he was standing right beside Hammer, whispering in his ear. You make them watch. A chill ran down Hammer's spine. You make them live through it, Justin? Mandarin continued, his voice dripping with cruelty. You let them wake up every day knowing they are losing, that their power is slipping, that their influence is fading. You make them live in fear, waiting for the next blow. Because that, Justin... Mandarin's voice darkened, like venom sliding through the phone. That is real suffering. Hammer was breathing heavily now, his mind racing. Mandarin continued, slow and methodical. Think about it. Howard Stark, the Howard Stark, living in constant fear. Every moment of his life wondering what's going to happen next. Knowing that something is coming for him, but never knowing when. Hammer's lips parted slightly. Mandarin's tone turned almost playful. And Ross, the great general? Reduced to a paranoid, broken man. Forced to watch his career collapse from a hospital bed. Too weak, too powerless to stop it. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Hammer swallowed. You'd do that? Mandarin smiled. Of course. I'll keep them afraid. Every second of every day. I'll make sure they experience what you feel right now. The shame, the humiliation, the desperation. Hammer inhaled sharply. He wanted them dead. But this was better. All right? Hammer muttered, nodding. Do it. Mandarin chuckled. Now you're starting to understand, Justin. Hammer exhaled, his body tense. And when they've suffered enough? Mandarin was silent for a long moment. Then he whispered, low, cold, absolute. Then we bury them. A cruel smile spread across Hammer's lips. New York City, midnight. The city lights flickered past in a blur as Howard Stark tightened his grip on the leather seat of his car. The air smelled of burnt rubber and gunpowder, and the sharp cracks of gunfire echoed through the night. Bloody hell! Jarvis cursed as he swerved the black sedan, dodging another barrage of bullets. The convoy meant to protect Howard? Gone. His security vehicles, state-of-the-art, reinforced and custom-made by Stark Industries, had been blown apart in coordinated explosions. Someone had planted bombs in them, and if that were the case, Howard's mind raced. There could be one in here too. "Sir, remain calm," Jarvis said, eyes flickering over the rearview mirror. "I've already scanned the car. There's none." He was focused, but Howard knew him well enough to recognize the slight tension in his jaw. Even he was rattled. The enemies behind them weren't giving up. SUVs rushed forward, their windows down, masked gunmen leaning out and spraying bullets toward them. Flashes of light illuminated the dark streets as rounds struck the back of their car, pinging off the armor but leaving visible dents. And then came the motorcycles, 3 of them weaving between traffic closing in fast. Howard exhaled sharply. "Jarvis, take the tunnel. Now." Jarvis didn't hesitate. He yanked the wheel hard, sending the car skidding onto a side road that led toward the underground tunnel. It was empty. They planned everything. The bikers followed. Howard looked down, his fingers brushing over the handgun. Damn it! He took it out. The moment they entered the tunnel, the gunfire lessened. But then, a deafening whir cut through the tunnel. Howard's eyes widened. A helicopter. "Are you bloody kidding me?" Howard muttered. The chopper hovered just above the tunnel entrance, its rotors slicing through the air. Its side-mounted machine gun whined to life, preparing to fire straight into the tunnel. If it fires now, they are dead. Howard braced himself. Gunfire roared. Tires screeched. The deafening whir of helicopter blades filled the tunnel, vibrations shaking the concrete walls. Howard Stark clenched his jaw as he braced for the inevitable. The chopper's side-mounted gun whined to life, preparing to rip their car apart. This was it. And then, a blur. A streak of red light. The sound of metal being torn apart filled the tunnel, followed by the sickening crunch of shredded rotor blades. Howard's eyes widened as, in an instant, the attack helicopter above them was sliced into pieces. The gunfire stopped. The tunnel fell into eerie silence. Then boom! Flaming wreckage rained down as the remains of the chopper crashed at the tunnel's other end, exploding into a fiery inferno. Howard barely had time to process before a black and silver figure shot past his car, moving at impossible speeds. A cyborg, or a machine, or something in between. It was more advanced than anything Howard had ever seen. It moved like a ghost, a plasma blade burning bright red in its right hand. Howard barely caught a glimpse before SHNK. The first biker didn't even have time to scream. The plasma sword sliced clean through his torso, cutting him in half as his motorcycle spun out of control, slamming into the tunnel wall. The second biker fired his SMG but was too slow. The cyborg twisted in midair, dodging bullets with unnatural agility, and swiped the blade in a single motion. The SMG split in two. So did the biker. Howard could only watch as the final biker tried to flee. He didn't get far. The cyborg threw his plasma sword like a spear. It pierced through the biker's chest, pinning him to the tunnel wall like a butchered animal before pulling it back in its hand through some kind of magnetic device. Silence. The only sound left was the crackling fire of the helicopter wreckage. Jarvis's hands gripped the wheel tightly. "Sir, what in God's name was that?" Howard was still trying to process it. His heart pounded in his chest. Then, clank, metal footsteps. Howard turned, his eyes locking on the figure standing in the middle of the tunnel. The cyborg, glossy black and silver armor, a body built for war, a plasma blade still burning bright red, sizzling. And then, spoke. A woman's voice. "Go. I'll take care of them." Jarvis hit the gas. The car lurched forward, tires screeching as they tore out of the tunnel. Howard twisted in his seat, watching as the cyborg raised her arm and unleashed a blinding EMP pulse. ZZZTTT. The tunnel was swallowed in darkness. The SUVs screeched to a halt. Gunfire stopped as men cursed and yelled, fumbling for night vision. Too late. The butchering began. The first man barely had time to react. He turned, fumbling for his weapon, SHNK. A plasma blade ripped through his face, cut through flesh, bone, and skull like butter. His body twitched before his head split in two, his brain sliding out onto the pavement. The second man screamed. He raised his rifle, blind in the darkness. Crack! The cyborg punched through his chest. Literally. Her gauntlet tore into his ribcage, crushing his lungs in an instant. He let out a gurgling breath before she ripped her arm out, dragging his spine with it. Blood sprayed everywhere like a freaking broken fountain. Thud! His corpse hit the ground. The third man ran. Smart. Didn't matter. She moved like a shadow, silent, fast, merciless. Splat. One clean swipe. His body dropped in two pieces. The men inside didn't know what was happening. Panic. Shouting. One of them screamed into a radio. "We need backup." KRRSH. A fist punched through the window and grabbed his face. The last thing he felt was his skull being crushed like a watermelon. Blood sprayed the interior. Another man fumbled for his gun. His hands were shaking. The door was ripped off the hinges. The cyborg grabbed him by the throat and yanked him out. Snap! His neck twisted the wrong way. His body convulsed for a second, then went limp. The driver tried to start the engine, tried to escape. He didn't make it. Slash! Her blade sliced the car in half. The man screamed as his torso slid off the seat, his guts spilling onto the road. She killed everyone except one. The last survivor crawled on the ground, his legs useless from where shrapnel had torn through them. He was crying. "Pee, please." He whimpered, blood dribbling from his lips. I have a family." The cyborg stood over him. He was shaking, eyes wide, his breath hitching. He could see the glow of her visor. Those two red eyes in the darkness nearly made him piss his pants. She raised her boot. "Please." Squelch. His skull caved in beneath her heel. His brain matter splattered across the tunnel floor. Silence. The only sound left was the crackling of fire, the drip of blood. The woman stood there, surrounded by dismembered corpses and pools of gore. Not a single one survived. Then, without a word, she turned and walked away. Horizon Island, Tony's lab. Tony, Milena, and Yelena were watching the carnage unfold in real time. Blood, bodies, the absolute brutality of it all. The widow operative he had stationed near Howard had done her job perfectly. Too perfectly. Tony's eyes flicked to the biometric readings from her suit. Everything was normal and she didn't suffer any damage. Well, that was a good thing. He ordered the remaining widows to follow Howard and keep him safe. Those bastards. Tony's eyes flicked between the screen showing Howard's escape route and the intercepted signal pinging across his encrypted database. A distress call had been sent out. Whoever was behind the attack on Howard had just broadcasted a signal trying to call for backup. Bad move, because Tony caught it. A red holographic waveform pulsed in mid-air, showing the transmission source. Intercepted signal trace. Origin unknown. Encryption. Advanced military-grade protocols. Decoding attempt. 45% complete. Come on. Come on. Tony muttered, his fingers flying across the hollow interface, rerouting every decryption subroutine he had. The distress call had bounced off multiple satellites, military, private, black market. Someone was trying hard to cover their tracks. But Tony was better. "Hermes, cut through the relays," he ordered. "Strip it down. I want the original source." The AI's smooth voice responded instantly. "Understood, sir." Adjusting decryption priority. Bypassing dummy signals. A few seconds passed. Then, tracking successful. Signal source located. A new holographic map appeared, highlighting a location deep in Eastern Europe.
Latvia.
Tony's eyes narrowed. That's interesting. Milena, standing beside him, arms crossed, scowled.
Latvia?
Yelena leaned forward, studying the screen. "So, what do you think?" Tony drummed his fingers on the desk, staring at the map. I don't know yet, but they weren't some random merc. He zoomed in, revealing a small industrial facility buried within the Latvian countryside. This place is locked tight. No public records, no government ties, but it's definitely being used for something. Melina clicked her tongue. A ghost facility. Yep, Tony exhaled. And if I had to bet, I'd say this is where they're keeping the next phase of whatever dumbass plan they've got. Yelena smirked. You want to crash their party? The lab's holographic display flickered as Hermes's voice cut through the tense air. Sir, warning. Incoming missile detected. Origin unknown. Tony's breath hitched. His fingers froze over the console. What? The holographic map of Latvia shifted, flashing red. Tactical warhead inbound on Ghost Facility. Estimated time to impact, 7 seconds. Melina's eyes widened. What the hell? Yelena leaned forward. Wait. What? A nuke? 4 seconds. The satellite feed showed a thin white streak cutting across the night sky. It was death in the form of a hypersonic missile. Tony's jaw clenched. Hermes, trace the launch point now. Attempting, sir. And then, boom, the entire screen lit up with blinding white light. The Latvian facility didn't just explode, it ceased to exist. A massive shockwave rippled outward, obliterating everything within a half-mile radius. Everything was gone in an instant. The satellite feed went dark. The shockwave disrupted signals for a few seconds. Smoke, fire, silence. The facility was wiped off the map. The hell just happened? Yelena muttered. Tony's fingers flew over the interface. Hermes, tell me you got a trace before the launch site went cold. The AI's voice returned. Calmer now. Tracking data retrieved, sir. Missile origin traced to a deep-sea launch platform off the Baltic coast. Error. Signal disappeared. A new map appeared, highlighting a section of the ocean. There was nothing visible. Nos chips. No bases. Just open water. Melina exhaled sharply. A submerged launch site? Tony's mind raced. A submarine? No, a deep-sea base. That meant resources. High-tech. They have cut their tails after noticing the widow in an advanced suit. They feared the technology and took steps to prevent their personnel from getting captured. The fastest way, just nuke them. He zoomed in on the blast zone in Latvia. It was a mess. Well, this is kind of messed up situation, he mumbled to himself. Oscorp Tower, midnight. Norman Osborn leaned back in his chair, the dim glow of multiple monitors flickering across his face. The Oscorp penthouse was silent, save for the rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the sleek mahogany desk. He watched as the last of the satellite feeds flickered out, leaving only a static-filled screen where, just moments ago, there had been a secret military base in Latvia. Now, nothing. A crater. Smoke. Fire. Norman smirked. Well, that was fun. He turned his chair slightly, glancing at another monitor displaying a live transcript of a very interesting phone call, the one between Justin Hammer and the Mandarin. Because Norman had been listening. He always listened. 1 hour earlier, Norman's office. When Hammer's penthouse phone rang, Norman had already been watching. Justin was easy to hack. A predictable idiot with no proper security measures. Norman had been inside his systems for months now, monitoring every call, every deal, every desperate little scheme. So when that unknown number showed up, Norman patched himself in. And what did he hear? I want Ross dead. I want Fury dead. And I want Howard Stark dead. Norman chuckled, pouring himself a drink as he listened to Hammer ramble like an angry child. Then came the real gold. Mandarin's voice. The real Mandarin. Osborn's fingers tapped against the desk as the criminal mastermind laid out his plan. Not to kill Howard immediately, but to break him. To make him suffer. To make him live in fear. To make him watch everything he built crumble. Norman took a slow sip of his whiskey. Damn, that's actually good. Mandarin was smart. But Norman? He was smarter. Hammer and Mandarin thought they were moving unseen. They weren't. Norman had dozens of dummy accounts across the black market, and he had one of his pawns control the whole situation. All that pawn had to do was hire the mercs and then pick up a call and nothing more. Well, that guy got nuked.
Sad.
It was child's play to redirect a mercenary group toward a high-value target, and that fake base in Latvia, feeding them just enough misinformation to make them believe they were working for someone big. The mission: kill Howard Stark. Nothing personal. Norman just wanted to see what would happen. And oh, it was worth it. Howard almost died. He saw his life flash before his eyes. He was forced to run, forced to see just how many people wanted him dead. It was hilarious. But then, that mysterious cyborg widow showed up, and Howard escaped. The mercenaries? Dead. Obliterated. Norman took another sip of his drink. Well, that's disappointing. Now, what to do? Considering the high tech that Cyborg had, there was a possibility that she might track him down. So Norman's smirk widened. I think I'll just erase the whole damn thing. He pressed a button. A single command was sent. Present time. And now, the Latvian base was gone. A tactical warhead, launched from one of Norman's off-the-books deep-sea facilities, which actually was in Ross' name. There they were doing some off-book experiments. So, even if someone tracks down that base, it'd be Ross' ass on fire. Why? No reason. Just for fun. Just to mess with Mandarin and Hammer. Norman set his glass down, watching as his satellite feed showed nothing but fire and wreckage. Somewhere out there, Mandarin was realizing he had just been played. Somewhere out there, Justin Hammer was wondering what the hell just happened. And Norman? He was laughing. A low chuckle at first, then a full, uncontrollable laugh. Because none of them had a clue who was really pulling the strings. Mandarin thought he was the mastermind. Hammer thought he was important. Fools. Norman Osborn was always 5 moves ahead. And this was just a game. His eyes flickered to another monitor, where a profile of Howard Stark remained on screen. The old man got lucky, but how long would that luck last? Norman's grin widened. Let's find out. The helicopter descended toward the island. Howard Stark sat in the back, silent, his hands clasped together as he stared out the window. He had kept his promise even after the attack and the close call that nearly took his life. His security team's head wanted him to lie low for a while. Heck, even Fury told him to stay low. But despite all that, Howard came. He wanted to see Tony and his accomplishments. But as the island came into view, he realized he had severely underestimated what Tony had built here. Howard had expected a research facility. Maybe a few high-tech labs, some security, the kind of operation Stark Industries could eventually integrate into its long-term development. What he saw instead, something straight out of science fiction. A massive, semi-transparent energy field flickered across the island's perimeter. The moment the helicopter approached, Howard felt a faint vibration in his bones, like passing through an invisible barrier. Beyond the shield, the island wasn't just a base. It was a fortress. Automated defensive turrets tracked the helicopter's movement. Drones hovered silently in formation, scanning every inch of the aircraft as if deciding whether or not to shoot it down. And then there were the machines. Howard caught a glimpse of something patrolling the outskirts, a quadrupedal mech moving around the area. It stopped for a moment, its glowing blue optics turning toward the helicopter, and Howard could swear it was looking right at him. Jesus Christ, Tony. What the hell have you built? The helicopter's descent slowed, the landing pad rising slightly as if adjusting itself for a smoother touchdown. Howard didn't move right away. Something felt off. Not in a threatening way, but in a way that made his instincts tingle. He had been in enough war zones to recognize that feeling. The moment the helicopter doors opened, Tony was already there. Sunglasses on, hands in his pockets, smirking. "Welcome to Horizon, Pops," Tony called over the roar of the blades. "Try not to have a heart attack," Howard scoffed, stepping out onto the landing pad. "With the way you've set this place up, I'm surprised I wasn't shot out of the sky." Tony grinned. "Well, you almost were. I had to override the automated defenses last second." Howard froze mid-step. You're joking. Tony just smirked. Howard let out a slow breath. Jesus Christ, Tony. I'm joking, Tony chuckled. But as he took his first few steps, the feeling returned. That odd, nagging sensation. Something was missing. As Tony led him deeper into the base, Howard's eyes scanned everything. The buildings, the technology, the security systems. It was all leagues ahead of anything on the market. Even S.H.I.E.L.'s security tech pales in comparison. But what stood out wasn't the tech. It was the people. Or rather, the women. Every single person they passed, whether it was a researcher reviewing holographic blueprints, an engineer calibrating a drone, or a security officer patrolling the area, was female. Not a single male worker in sight. Howard didn't comment on it right away. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe he was overthinking it. But the more they walked, the more obvious it became. Even the combat personnel training in the distance, moving like seasoned professionals, were women. Howard's brow furrowed. All right, what the hell is going on here? By the time they stepped into the central research hub, Howard was sure of it. This wasn't just some weird hiring coincidence. Tony had deliberately staffed this entire base with women. Howard stopped walking. Tony took a few more steps before noticing. Something wrong. Howard folded his arms. Yeah, you gonna tell me why every single worker here is a woman? Tony blinked behind his sunglasses, then smirked. Took you long enough to notice. Howard's frown deepened. Was this some kind of hiring preference? Or did you just forget to put out applications for men? Tony chuckled. Relax, Pops. I didn't start some anti-dude movement. Howard raised an eyebrow. Care to explain? Tony exhaled through his nose. I told you I'd hire some people eventually, and I did. I just had specific candidates in mind. Howard narrowed his eyes. What kind of candidates? Tony's smirk faded just slightly. The best ones, he said simply. Don't worry about it. They are good at their jobs. Howard stared at Tony for a long moment, eyes narrowing. He could tell when his son was dodging a question. But for now, he let it slide. Tony wasn't the type to do anything without a reason. If the entire workforce were female, it meant there was a calculated decision behind it. He'd get his answers eventually. All right, Howard said, exhaling. Show me what you've been working on. Tony grinned. Oh, I thought you'd never ask. With a flick of his wrist, Tony pulled up a holographic interface. A blue pulse ran through the walls, and suddenly, the floor beneath them shifted. The walls, once smooth metal, began to split apart, revealing massive underground corridors descending deep into the island. Howard took a step back, his eyebrows raising slightly. Jesus, Kid, you built a whole underground facility? Tony smirked. Above ground is for show. Below, that's where the real magic happens. The ground beneath them began to lower, a hidden elevator seamlessly taking them down. Howard watched as the upper level disappeared, replaced by a vast, illuminated research complex. Main lab, the first thing Howard noticed? The sheer scale of it. Holographic displays filled the room, showcasing intricate biomedical data, nanotech schematics, and real-time simulations of cellular regeneration. Tony stepped forward, arms spread out. All right, Pops. Time for the grand tour. 3 years of work, blood, sweat, and borderline caffeine addiction, all leading to this. Howard folded his arms, giving him a skeptical look. You sure I won't regret this? Tony smirked. Oh, you will. Your mind's about to get blown. Howard sighed. Just get on with it, kid. Tony tapped on a hollow interface. A floating 3D model of a handheld device materialized in front of them, rotating slowly. Howard's eyes narrowed as he studied the design. It looked deceptively simple. A simple handheld scanner. Something that could fit in the palm of a hand, yet it had more computational power than an entire hospital's imaging department. Tony swiped through the hologram, displaying 3D live demonstrations. One showed the device scanning a patient's chest in seconds, revealing a full 3D model of their internal organs with stunning accuracy. Another showed a microscopic scan of nerve pathways, highlighting damaged areas in real time. Tony grinned, watching his father's expression shift from curiosity to genuine intrigue. Say hello to the anatomy mapping device. One scan and you've got a complete breakdown of a person's body, down to the cellular level. Howard raised an eyebrow. CT scans and MRIs already exist, Tony. What makes this so special? Tony smirked. Speed, accuracy, and zero radiation exposure. This thing picks up tumors, aneurysms, even genetic disorders before they manifest. No invasive procedures, no expensive hospital stays. Just instant diagnosis. Howard's gaze flicked back to the demo. Holy hell! Tony nodded. Exactly. Imagine paramedics scanning an accident victim in the field and knowing exactly what's wrong, like internal bleeding, fractures, or organ damage, before they even reach the hospital. No more trial and error surgeries. No more misdiagnoses. Just pure medical precision. Howard took a deep breath. You're gonna put a lot of hospitals out of business with this. Tony shrugged. If they can't keep up, that's their problem. Howard chuckled. Goddamn kid. This is something. This could change everything. This alone can save so many lives. Tony smirked. We're just getting started. He swiped again. The scanner hologram disappeared, replaced by a lifelike model of a human arm. It moved, not like a robotic prosthetic, not stiff, not mechanical. It moved naturally, the fingers curling and flexing with fluid, organic motion. Howard's breath caught. No way. Tony grinned. Meet the future of prosthetics, he said, watching his father's reaction. No mechanical joints, no clunky interfaces, just seamless integration between flesh and machine. Howard stepped forward, watching as the holographic arm responded to neural signals. How?
Bionites.
Tony tapped the interface, zooming in. Tiny, self-repairing nanites that fuse directly with nerve endings. No need for brain implants or risky neural surgery. Just plug-and-play human augmentation. Howard's mind raced. Nanomachines? But how? I've been researching nanotechnology for years and barely managed to get small breakthroughs. These things eat up energy like there's no tomorrow. Heck, Shield, Oscorp, and Hammer Industries failed to achieve much in this field, and most ended up in disasters. And here's my son going around like it's no big deal. Nanite August. Good job, Tony. This wasn't just an advancement. This was a revolution. He had seen failed attempts at this before. Hammer Tech tried neural-linked prosthetics years ago. It was a disaster, expensive, unstable, and killed half the test subjects. But this was different. Howard rubbed his chin. So, you're saying an amputee could just, what? Attach one of these, and it works instantly? Tony nodded. 24 hours calibration time. No muscle reconditioning. The nanites do all the work, like fusing with nerve endings, replicating sensory input, and adapting in real time. They can even grow with the user, adjusting over time just like real muscle tissue. As for the power source, it runs on a microreactor which requires juice every 1 month or so, depending on the quality. Howard exhaled sharply. Jesus. Tony swiped again. New data appeared. Patients regaining full sensation, including touch, heat, and pressure. Soldiers regaining lost limbs, able to fight again. Children born without limbs getting a chance at a normal life. This isn't just about replacing lost limbs, Tony said. It's about making something better. Howard turned to his son, his expression unreadable. You realize what you've done here? He asked quietly. Tony smirked. Yeah, built the future. Howard shook his head. No, Tony. This is gonna shake the world. Tony's smirk widened. That's the idea. Howard folded his arms. You do know what's going to happen next, right? Tony shrugged. The pharma industry is gonna have a heart attack, and governments are gonna try and steal it. Not to mention those criminals. Howard exhaled. Damn right they will. Tony leaned against the console. That's why I'm controlling the rollout, step by step. First, the anatomy scanner, introduce it as a simple medical tool. Let the world get used to nanite-based tech before I drop the real bombshell. Howard nodded slowly. Smart. But as you said, you're gonna have every military contractor, every world leader, every shadow organization knocking on your door. Tony smirked. Let them knock. Howard studied his son for a long moment. 3 years ago, Tony was just a brilliant, reckless kid with a vision. Now he was playing at a whole different level. And for the first time in a long while, Howard wasn't sure if he should be proud or terrified. Howard let out a long sigh. All right, genius. You win.
I'm impressed.
Tony grinned. Knew it. Howard shook his head, chuckling. Goddamn, Tony. I can't even call you a kid anymore. All right, genius. What's next? You already flipped the medical industry on its head. What now?
Instant téléportation?
Time travel. Tony smirked. Nah, too messy. But I did build a few things that'll make us very, very rich. Howard arched an eyebrow. Now you have my attention. Let's talk police work. Tony gestured toward a row of armored suits displayed on metal racks. The suits weren't bulky military exoskeletons. They were lightweight armor designed to be worn by law enforcement officers without slowing them down. Meet the Aegis suit, Tony said, running his fingers over the armor plating. Non-restrictive, lightweight, and made with a titanium polymer weave. It can stop high-caliber rounds, absorbs blunt force trauma, and comes with built-in medical support. Howard's eyes narrowed as he examined the suit closely. It wasn't like any riot gear or Kevlar vest currently on the market. The plates flexed slightly at the joints, allowing for full mobility. Tony continued, it's got temperature regulation, AI-assisted threat detection, and even a built-in defibrillator system because cops don't just need protection. They need survival tools. Also, hidden stun emitters in the gloves, just in case they need to end a fight without pulling a trigger. Howard let out a low whistle. This time, he couldn't control his excitement. Damn, you're about to put every police gear manufacturer out of business. That's the goal, Tony replied with a smirk. We mass-produce these under Stark Industries, integrate them through your contracts with law enforcement, and before long, every cop in the country is running my tech instead of outdated bulletproof vests. Howard folded his arms. And the government? Tony shrugged. They'll resist at first. Too much bureaucratic red tape. But when they see local police outperforming SWAT teams, they'll fall in line. Howard grinned. You've thought this through. Tony smirked. Always do. Tony led Howard to another section of the lab, where a weapon rack stood lined with what looked like modified handguns, batons, and compact rifle-like devices. Okay, Tony said, picking up what looked like a sleek silver handgun. This little beauty? The Guardian MKI. It's a non-lethal civilian defense weapon. Fires high-density shock pulses strong enough to drop an armed attacker without causing permanent damage. Howard raised an eyebrow. Stun guns already exist, kid. Tony smirked. Yeah, and they suck. Short range, slow charge time, unreliable in extreme conditions. This bad boy? Instant recharge, 50-foot effective range, and no need for physical contact. It works even through light armor and thick clothing. Oh, and the best part. He pointed at the side of the gun, where a small biometric scanner rested. Only the registered owner can fire it. So, no stolen weapons being turned against their owners. Howard exhaled. Huh. That's actually brilliant. Tony wasn't done. He walked over and picked up what looked like a collapsible baton. This? The Widow batons. He pressed a button, and the baton extended instantly, electricity crackling along its length. Howard's eyebrows shot up. Hits like a baseball bat, stuns like a taser, and bonus, it's damn near unbreakable. Also, adjustable voltage, in case you need to go from stun a mugger to drop a goddamn grizzly bear. Howard chuckled, shaking his head. And this? Tony picked up a compact, futuristic-looking rifle is the G-Force Pulse rifle. It doesn't fire bullets. Instead, it uses compressed kinetic energy rounds. Enough force to knock an attacker on their ass without any penetration trauma. Good for house weapons. And it has AI-integrated software. You can't shoot just because you want to. It recognizes the threat before unlocking. Plus, completely unhackable, and it won't activate if a kid comes before it holding a toy gun or a plastic knife. Howard took the rifle, feeling the weight. It was light, well-balanced, and had zero recoil. So, you're giving civilians a way to fight back, Howard mused, without mass-producing deadly weapons. Tony nodded. Exactly. You release these through government-approved civilian defense programs, and suddenly we've armed the public without the risk of mass shootings. No fatalities. No stolen gun incidents. Just pure self-defense tech. Howard exhaled. Son, if this works, you're about to put every major arms manufacturer in the dirt. Tony grinned. Yeah, well, they had a good run. Tony turned and led Howard to the last station. And this was big. A red car sat in the middle of the test platform. It looked like a sports car, but sleeker, meaner, and more advanced. Howard asked, Car? Tony tapped the hood. This, Pops, is the future of transportation. Runs on a microarc reactor. No gas. No fossil fuels. Just pure energy. Howard's eyes widened. Wait. You put a reactor in a car. Tony smirked. Yep. A customized one. Howard took a slow breath. You do realize if you roll this out, you'll kill every oil and gas company overnight, right? Tony nodded. Yep. My tech will soon kill most of the companies. So, it doesn't matter anymore. Howard chuckled, shaking his head. You're really going for the throat, huh? Tony tapped the side of the car, and a holographic interface appeared, showcasing the core components. This baby gets over 10,000 miles per charge, and the charging stations? They run on localized arc reactor power grids. Meaning, once we set up enough stations, people never have to pay for gas again. They will pay us half the price of what they are paying now. Howard exhaled. Well, there goes another one. Tony grinned. Yep, so here's what we do. We release these cars under Stark Industries, set up charging stations across major cities, and by the time Ford, GM, and Tesla figure out what's happening, he snapped his fingers. They're obsolete. Howard chuckled. Jesus Christ. You're about to eat the entire car industry alive. Tony smirked. Better me than some corporate dinosaur trying to sell half-assed electric cars with shitty battery life. Howard exhaled. He ran a hand through his hair, processing everything. Tony wasn't just changing the game. He was burning the rulebook, and Howard couldn't help but be impressed. After a long silence, he let out a deep breath and grinned. Well, kid, he said, you win. You're about to shake the whole damn world. Tony smirked. Damn right I am. Howard shook his head. All right, let's get to work. You better be ready for a fight. Tony's grin widened. Always. The scent of freshly grilled meat and roasted vegetables filled the air as Tony and Howard sat across from each other at one of the long tables in Horizon's private dining area. For once, Tony had agreed to step away from the lab and actually eat. Well, Yelena forced him, but that was beside the point. Howard sliced into his steak, studying his son between bites. So, about that formula I sent you. Tony, who was in the middle of taking a bite of his roasted chicken, paused. His eyes flicked up over the rim of his plate. He chewed thoughtfully, swallowed, and then wiped his mouth before speaking. Yeah, I meant to ask about that. Where'd you get it? Howard leaned back in his chair. Shield's bioscientists developed it. Or at least that's what they claim. Tony raised an eyebrow, setting his fork down. They developed it? He made air quotes. Or they recreated it from the original super soldier serum? Howard exhaled. The latter. Tony smirked. Of course, because playing God worked out so well the first time. Howard gave him a look but didn't argue. Instead, he continued. With all the dangerous individuals showing up, enhanced criminals, rogue metahumans, mutants, S.H.I.E.L.D. believes the world needs another perfect super soldier. Tony sighed, leaning back. Right? Or another insane guy with SSS. Howard didn't deny it. It's a complicated issue, Tony. You and I both know that. Tony drummed his fingers against the table. Okay. So who's the lucky test subject? Some pumped-up military guy? An elite agent? Howard hesitated, just for a second, and that was enough for Tony to catch it. Tony's smirk faded. Who is it? Howard met his gaze. Peggy Carter. Tony blinked. He hadn't been expecting that. Wait, what? Howard nodded. You heard me. Peggy volunteered. She's already been prepped for the process. The serum trials start in 2 weeks. Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm gonna let her take this shitty serum. Tony let out a slow breath, rubbing his temple. Okay. First off, why? She's like 70, 72. This could kill her or worse. Howard set his fork down. Because she believes in S.H.I.E.L.D., in protecting the world. And she knows what the serum can do. Tony scoffed. Yeah, it can turn you into a super soldier, or it can turn you into the Red Skull. Real fun gamble. Howard's expression was unreadable. Peggy's a fighter. Even after retiring, she never stopped looking out for the world. Maybe she feels like she has one last mission left in her. Or she just wants to use her last moments to do something worthwhile. Either way, I tried to talk her out of this. But nope. She's going to do it. Alright, so she wants to be the next Cap HO. And I guess you found something fishy with the serum, right? Howard's jaw tightened slightly. Yes. I think something fishy is going on inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s bioscience division. Tony raised an eyebrow. Thought you guys took out all the Hydra agents? Howard nodded. We did. But I can't shake this feeling, Tony. The way they handled this whole thing, it doesn't sit right with me. Tony frowned. Define doesn't sit right. Howard exhaled, pushing his plate aside. S.H.I.E.L.D. never planned to make another super soldier after Steve. Well, back then, S.H.I.E.L.D. did certain things. Government pressures. Those political bastards forced human experiments to perfect the serum. A lot of people were hurt in the process. So, after Fury took over, we buried it all and decided not to walk that path again. He took a sip of water. But now, with the rise of a new generation of criminals, we have no other choice. We started the program 6 months ago, and all of a sudden they have a perfected formula, and they're just handing it over for trials. He shook his head. I don't buy it. Tony tapped his phone against the table, activating the holographic interface. A 3-dimensional projection of the serum formula flickered to life between them, glowing with complex molecular structures and chemical sequences. Howard leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he examined the data. Tony sighed, rotating the hologram with a flick of his fingers. So here's the fun part, Pops. This isn't a new formula. It's an old one. A very, very old one. Howard's brows furrowed. How old? Tony zoomed in on a specific chemical compound, highlighting it in red. Hydra-old. This formula wasn't perfected by S.H.I.E.L.D. It was made by Hydra. And not just any Hydra. This is one of their failed prototypes with a little personal touch from someone. Howard sat up straight. Wait, you're telling me this isn't a recreation of the super soldier serum? Tony exhaled. Oh, it's a recreation, all right, but not of Erskine's formula. This is from one of Hydra's attempts at making their own super soldiers after Captain America kicked Red Skull's ass. And guess what? It never worked. And don't ask how I know about Erskine and all this. He swiped his fingers, bringing up historical data. Old, classified files flickered onto the hologram, Hydra experimentation reports, test subjects, grim medical notes. Back when Tony destroyed Hydra, he copied the information. I did some digging and well, he pointed at the result. Howard's eyes widened as he read. Subject number 47, initial injection. Rapid physical enhancement observed. Subject number 47, 4 hours post-injection. Heightened aggression, severe muscle spasms. Subject number 47, 10 hours post-injection. Extreme psychosis, uncontrollable violent outbursts. Subject number 47, 24 hours post-injection. Bone liquefaction while still conscious. Subject terminated. Tony's voice was dry. Every single test ended like that. Either they turned into a raging psychopath, or their bones literally melted inside their bodies while they were still alive. Not exactly the glowing endorsement for a perfect formula. Howard's jaw tightened. Jesus. Tony nodded, crossing his arms. So yeah, whoever greenlit this crap either has no idea what they're doing or they knew exactly what they were doing and wanted Peggy dead. And considering how this stuff was buried deep in Hydra's archives, I'm betting on the latter. Howard rubbed his temple. So you're saying there's either a Hydra mole still inside S.H.I.E.L.D., or someone in the agency is desperate to climb the ranks and doesn't care who they kill to do it. Fury started the project, so if it fails, he will be in the line of fire. They are planning on taking down Peggy and Fury together, and probably all the old members. His mind went toward the last night's attack. Was it related to this? He wondered. Tony pointed at him. Ding, ding, ding. Give the man a cigar. Howard exhaled sharply, running a hand through his graying hair. This is bad, Tony. Real bad. If Peggy takes this serum, she's dead, Tony finished bluntly. Or worse, she turns into something S.H.I.E.L.D. has to put down. Either way, it's a goddamn setup. Howard clenched his fists. I need to shut this down immediately. Tony raised a hand. Hold on. We need to be smart about this. If we just barge in there waving red flags, whoever set this up is gonna know we're onto them, and they'll cover their tracks. We need to find out who is behind this. Howard took a deep breath, forcing himself to think rationally. All right, you're right. We do this carefully. He was already stressed, and now more stress. The holographic formula shifted, transforming as Tony swiped through the interface. Molecules restructured, compounds changed, and new elements appeared in glowing blue lines. Howard watched in silence as the flawed super soldier serum disappeared, replaced by something entirely new, something perfected. Tony leaned back, arms crossed. And that, dear Dad, is the real deal. My version of the super soldier serum. No bone liquefaction. No psychotic rage fits. No melting organs. Just pure, stable enhancement. Howard narrowed his eyes at the glowing formula. You just... What? Who do you think I am? Tony leaned back, sipping on his glass of orange juice. Howard stared at the glowing formula hovering in midair, his mind racing. Tony had just perfected the super soldier serum. Just like that. No decades of failed experiments. No tragic test subjects. No catastrophic side effects. Just pure, stable enhancement. Howard let out a slow breath and ran a hand down his face. Jesus, Tony, do you even hear yourself? Tony smirked, casually swirling the orange juice in his glass. Loud and clear pops. Howard gestured at the holographic formula. You're telling me you cracked the goddamn super soldier serum overnight? Tony scoffed. Please, it was a piece of cake. There's no way he was going to tell Howard the truth about the data he took from the Widows and Hydra's facilities. Howard exhaled sharply. You little... He cut himself off, shaking his head. I should be surprised, but somehow I'm not. Tony leaned forward, elbows on the table. His voice turned serious. Look, we both know Peggy taking that Hydra knockoff is a death sentence. We can't stop the trial without exposing our hands. But... He tapped the glowing blue formula. We can do something like, you bringing Peggy here, and I'll enhance her. Howard's eyes narrowed. You are serious? Tony nodded. Yup, bring her here. Trust me, just like you always have. I got a plan. Howard stared at the glowing blue hologram of Tony's perfected super soldier serum, his fingers drumming against the table. The formula spun slowly, its complexity almost hypnotic. He had been examining it for 30 minutes now, going over every detail. It was elegant, refined, and, if Tony was to be believed, flawless. Howard exhaled, rubbing his chin. You're really telling me this thing works? No side effects? No hidden risks? No turning into a raging psychopath? Tony smirked, leaning back in his chair. Dad, come on. It's me. Howard gave him a flat look. That's exactly why I'm asking. Tony chuckled, swirling his orange juice. All right, fair. But not immortality, but you'd stay in your prime for a long time. Howard leaned back, silent. Tony's smirk lingered, but his eyes were sharp, studying him. So what do you say, Pops? You want in? Howard blinked. Excuse me? Tony rested his elbows on the table, voice casual but laced with something deeper. You heard me. I could give this to Peggy, yeah. But what about you? Howard frowned. Tony, I'm 72. So is she. Tony shot back. And with this, you wouldn't be. Howard scoffed. Oh, so what? You're offering to turn me into Captain America 2.0. Tony grinned. More like Howard Stark Prime. Howard shook his head. You're insane. Tony shrugged. Maybe, but think about it, Dad. How much more could you accomplish with another 50? Hell, another 100 or more years in your prime. Howard's fingers twitched slightly. Tony pressed on. You built Stark Industries. You've shaped the world. And now? You're stuck in boardrooms, wasting time on bureaucrats instead of creating. Howard stayed silent. Tony leaned in. I'll be direct. You're running out of time. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. And you hate it. Howard's jaw tightened. Tony tilted his head. So why not fix it? Howard let out a slow breath. It's not that simple. Tony raised an eyebrow. Isn't it? Just say yes, and I'll take care of the rest. Howard looked away, staring at the hologram. The idea was tempting. No, more than tempting. It was terrifying. For decades, he had worked with some of the brightest minds in the world. He had seen what science could do, what he could do. But even with all his accomplishments, he had never managed to beat time. Age, decay, mortality. It was the one enemy he had never been able to outthink. But Tony had cracked the code. Howard clenched his jaw. You think I'm afraid of dying? Tony's smirk faded slightly. His voice softened. No. I think you're afraid of stopping. Howard inhaled sharply. Look, I know what you're thinking. It's unnatural. It's cheating. Maybe it feels like you'd be going against everything you've accepted about life. Tony tilted his head. But what if I told you, you don't have to do it alone? Howard frowned. What are you getting at? Tony's smirk returned, but his eyes were softer. If you say yes, I'll give it to Mom too. Howard's breath stalled. She doesn't have to grow old, either, Tony continued. She doesn't have to watch you get weaker or worse. Lose you first. He leaned back, spreading his arms. Think about it. The two of you back in your prime. No more bad knees, no more back pain. No more aging gracefully nonsense. Just you and Mom. Living. Howard swallowed hard. Maria. For years, he had felt guilty. Too caught up in work, in war, in industry. He had promised her they would grow old together. But he gave too much time to his dreams instead of his family. And now, Tony was offering him a different kind of future. A future where Maria wouldn't have to suffer through old age. Where they could have more time. Where they could truly live instead of waiting for the inevitable. Howard exhaled slowly, rubbing his temple. Jesus, Tony. Tony smirked. I know. I'm a genius. Howard shot him a look, but there was no real irritation behind it. Instead, something Tony rarely saw in his father. Uncertainty. Howard Stark always had an answer, always had a plan. But now he was faced with something he couldn't control. His own future. He let out a long breath. And you're sure about this? No risks? No complications? Tony nodded. I wouldn't be offering it if there were. Howard ran a hand down his face. If I do this, Maria does too. Tony's grin widened. Obviously. Howard sighed. All right, I'll talk to your mother. Tony's smirk turned triumphant. So that's a yes? Howard shot him a pointed look. It's a we'll see. Tony chuckled. Close enough. Howard leaned back, still absorbing the insanity of what his son had just proposed. Then, as if the conversation hadn't been crazy enough, Tony casually dropped, "All right, so what's the deal with Peggy?" Howard let out a long sigh, pushing his half-finished plate aside. "I'll try to convince her, but it won't be easy." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Howard shook his head. "She's under heavy security. Ever since she agreed to be part of the serum trial, S.H.I.E.L.D. has her under 24/7 surveillance. Nobody gets in or out without them knowing. She's already being treated like the agency's most valuable asset." Tony sighed. "Of course she is. S.H.I.E.L.D. probably sees her as the perfect test subject. Someone with a strong moral compass, a loyal soldier, and a symbol they can parade around if this works." Howard nodded. "Exactly. And considering the fact that someone inside S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to sabotage this whole thing, I doubt they'll just let me waltz in and take her away for a friendly chat." Tony tapped his fingers against the table, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Good thing I planned for this." Howard frowned. "You planned for this?" Tony smirked, reaching into his jacket pocket. "Of course I did. What kind of son would I be if I didn't?" He pulled out a small vial filled with a deep red liquid and set it on the table. The substance inside shimmered faintly under the overhead lights. Howard's eyes narrowed. "And that is?" Tony leaned back. "A contingency plan." He then placed a small, round recording device next to the vial. "All you have to do," Tony said casually, "is get this to Peggy." Howard frowned. "And how am I supposed to do that? Walk in and hand it to her with a 'Hey, Peg, drink this mysterious red liquid my son made'?" Tony chuckled. "No, see, that's the beauty of it. She'll figure it out. You don't need to convince her of anything. Just deliver the package and she'll do the rest. And don't you try to listen to the player. It's a disposable player. The message inside will play only once. As for what's in there, which I'm pretty sure you are dying to know, well, you'll know soon enough." Howard studied the vial carefully. "Okay, I'll wait for that surprise. But this is... Don't tell me?" Tony smirked. "Yup, that, dear father, is the injectable version of my perfected super soldier serum. No machines, no vitarins, no fancy setups. Just one shot and boom, instant upgrade. Although it takes a few minutes to gain super strength and healing, plus another 24 hours for the de-aging process. Okay, I am not even surprised anymore. I'll even believe it if you say you tested it on yourself." Howard gave up being surprised anymore, but he noticed that Tony was smiling at his words. "You tested it, didn't you?" Tony's grin widened. Howard groaned, rubbing his temples. "Jesus, Tony. Relax, Dad. No side effects, remember?" Howard shook his head. "I swear, one of these days, you're going to give me a heart attack." Tony shrugged. "Not if you take the serum." Evening. Howard stood near the waiting helicopter, his fingers brushing against the small vial in his pocket. Tony stood across from him, hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable behind his signature sunglasses. There was a weight in the air. Not tension, not unease. Something else. Something neither of them had been good at dealing with. After a moment, Tony reached into his jacket and pulled out two small items. The first was a custom-built wristwatch, green and stylish, but clearly more than just an ordinary timepiece. Yet it was so light. The second was a delicate pendant, its center holding a shimmering blue crystal that pulsed faintly under the light. Howard frowned, eyeing them. "What's this?" Tony smirked. "Insurance." Howard raised an eyebrow. "Against what?" Tony shrugged. "Anything." Howard sighed, taking the watch and strapping it onto his wrist. "And what does this do, exactly?" "No fun if I tell you now." Howard took the pendant carefully, studying the faint glow. "And if your mom asks what it is?" Tony smirked. "Tell her it's a late anniversary gift. I'm pretty sure you missed it and she was grumbling over the phone. Or you can say that it makes her look 10 years younger. Whatever works. Howard snorted, slipping the pendant into his pocket. You really think of everything, don't you? Tony's expression softened slightly. When it comes to keeping you two safe. Yeah. For a long moment, Howard didn't say anything. Then, to Tony's complete surprise, Howard stepped forward and pulled him into a firm hug. Tony stiffened. For a split second, he didn't react and his brain barely processed what was happening. Howard Stark was hugging him. It was rare, almost non-existent. After a moment, Tony hesitantly raised his arms and returned the hug. Howard's voice was quiet but strong. I'm proud of you, Tony. Tony swallowed, feeling something tighten in his chest. For a man who always had something to say, he suddenly found himself speechless. Howard pulled back slightly, resting a firm hand on Tony's shoulder. You've done something incredible here, more than I ever imagined. Tony tried to play it off with a smirk. Yeah, well, gotta keep the old man on his toes. Howard chuckled, shaking his head. You've done more than that. He exhaled, glancing toward the helicopter. I'll set up the Stark convention soon. We'll make sure your work gets the recognition it deserves. Guess that means I have to start practicing my speeches, Tony said. Howard grinned. For once in your life, yeah. The helicopter pilot gave Howard a signal. It was time to leave. Howard sighed, adjusting his watch one last time. Take care of yourself, Tony. Tony gave him a two-fingered salute. You too, Pops. His eyes went toward his right for a flickering moment. Something rustled over the grass. Howard turned and stepped onto the helicopter. The engines roared to life, the blades slicing through the air. As the aircraft lifted off, Howard glanced down, watching as Tony stood there, hands in his pockets, watching him go. He gave a slight nod. For the first time in a long time, Howard Stark felt something he hadn't in years. Not just pride, not just admiration. Hope. His son wasn't just building the future. He was the future. And for once, Howard Stark wasn't leading the charge. He was following, and he was okay with that.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.